person that's also in the ruins with them that we haven't seen. Although that one's probably unlikely. I would say it's probably Inha. Very, very small chance it's Gyu-hyuk. I trust Gyu-hyuk out of all the characters. I trust him the most. But he just... his alibi doesn't clear him of the possibility that he could have killed. So, we ended last night with a conversation that started discussing everyone's alibis, and I cannot wait to get the dirt on everyone. Alright, well. I never picked up on the tremors being likely the reason his body flopped over, so that gagged me a little when I watched the VOD today. Oh, yeah. I felt pretty Danganronpa for thinking about that. Second victim. Communication started. 2:20 a.m. Even Say Eel has good rapport with us right now? What the hell? So I'm guessing there's no fader posts, although there's this. That is Ju Young? Yeah, it's funny, because during yesterday's episode, Tom, we had so many rapport downs with Ju Young and Gyu-hyuk, and I don't want that. Can we call anyone?
Hello?
Hey, Spectro.
괜찮아?
Not saves coming to max out your relationship with the hot man. I'm ashamed. Well, I mean, we were doing that for Hyesung, so yeah. Did we get the new route? So we are on... Basically, okay. Here's my understanding of how this game works. Right before the event with Hyesung, there's a route split. A route and B route. I hope you guys are, like, visualizing a flowchart right now. First time you play the game, you get the bad route. That's not A route or B route. It's like the worst case scenario of everything that could happen in the game all happens in a row because it forces your character's sanity gauge to hit 0. So the game purposely kills off basically the whole cast and gives you almost no details about the overarching plot. Now, your second playthrough of the game, you get A route and B route as options. A route is way easier to get than B route, and there's a reason for that. You learn a lot of the game's mysteries by going on B route. So you go on A route to see the beginning of the bad end, which is Hyesung dying. When he's dead, it changes though because it doesn't drain your sanity. This means there's a whole scene in the bathroom, you investigate the body, you discuss with everybody about the crime. So basically, we get to uncover mysteries leading up to the next bad thing that happened in the last route. I don't know what's going to happen after we do this, but right now the cast is trying to figure out who killed Hyesung, and I've whittled it down to either Inha or Gyu-hyuk. You okay?
아니,
Not at all.
당연히
Of course you aren't. I know you're confused too, but
어지러워.
I'm dizzy.
서 있는데도
It's hard standing up.
아까 전까지만 해도
I was talking to Hyesung until a minute ago.
대체 어떻게 된 거지?
What happened to him?
우린
What's gonna happen to us?
나갈 수 있어.
We'll make it out if you're alive.
혜성이가
Someone attacked Hyesung,
누구인지도
but
모를 것
we
같은데
don't even
저렇게
know who did
됐어.
it.
S 승연이 진짜
What if
여기
S Sungyeon
있기로
is
그거라면
really somewhere inside
이
here?
시점에서 결론을 내릴 순 없어.
Can't jump to any conclusion yet.
그치만 생각을 멈추면 흘러가는 대로
Okay,
따라가게
but
되거든.
there were giant blood splatters and a bloody murder weapon in the bathroom, and Inha goes, maybe he tripped. But if we stop thinking, we'll lose control of the situation here.
다 같이 위험에 처할지도 모르잖아.
And it could be dangerous to all of us.
Did we lose? Oh well, it isn't my fault.
Well, here's the thing, Tom. Inha was gone for a long time. And we don't know if she did have blood on her and, like, Seil found her and helped her clean up or something. Like, there's clearly... I bet you there's more than one character involved in this. My main thing, though, is how did they get him to leave the dressing room? You think maybe because he wasn't unshakably, like, his resolve wasn't unshakable, so maybe he decided that he was going to rejoin the group and was like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to stop in the bathroom on my way? There is that mystery character, yeah, so it could be that person as well. Although, my suspicion is the mystery person is just S. Sungyeon and they're somewhere outside the rubble. And yeah, Inha Seil major sus, but Yu Hyuk, his alibi lines up with him potentially being able to make the kill as well. It's Inha and Yu Hyuk. And it could be dangerous to all of us.
조금
Could you simmer down a bit?
조금 더.
I'll try to pull myself together. Alright, good. We got, Aquatic's boyfriend would never do something like that? I'm not so sure. Okay. Seil's departure. Soon after Inha left for the dressing room, a tremor occurred. Seil went to the central corridor to find Inha after the tremor died down. That's when I started to feel sick.
그게
When the tremor occurred after Inha left? Yes, but it wasn't that serious. After that, Seil went after Inha. 3 of us remained at the stage, me, Yu Hyuk, and you. While talking with Yu Hyuk, I realized you were gone. Ju-young covered her pale face with the palms of her hands.
결국
Eventually hyperventilated as things got worse. Normally I control it to a certain degree,
근데
but last time it happened so fast and felt so serious. I'm sorry, we had no clue.
아니야.
No, I didn't even have time to explain. If I had tried to say anything, I would have had a seizure. Ooh.
그래도
But I was so surprised you disappeared so suddenly. I'm sorry about that. Next time it happens, I'll let you know somehow. So did she go to find Inha? Why didn't she just come over to us and, like, tap us? You know what I mean? Ju-young trace. Ju-young's whereabouts. Due to her hyperventilation, she was catching her breath in front of the door of the central corridor. I was just a bit nauseous until the tremor occurred. And S. Sungyeon. A dots. You're here at the perfect time. Ju-young gulped and continued. S. Sungyeon wrote a comment on Hyesung's post. When I saw it, my heart began to pound and my limbs started to hurt. I was already heavily panting. I could sense it was going to be serious. You indeed saved your own life. Ju-young tossed her hair back and her pale face glowed.
난
Well, it was the first time it happened to me. If that was the first time it happened to me, I might have passed out. But now I know how to deal with it better than before. I knew you were all burdened with your own problems, so I... Here, you're not a burden to us. I feel terribly sorry. Didn't want you to worry, but in the end, I made you even more worried. Okay. Started to hyperventilate, so she left the stage to catch her breath. It was too urgent to tell the others about.
그건
Like I said, I left the stage when I began to hyperventilate. Yeah, Dots. I agree with you. And I don't fully trust Ju-young. I want to fully trust Ju-young, but I don't.
혹시
Be more specific?
알겠어.
Yes. Ju-young's eyes moved as she was recalling the incident.
들어봐.
You and Gyu-hyuk were busy talking about something. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid of what might happen if I opened my mouth.
그래서
That's why you left the stage.
그래.
Went to the open area before the door of the central corridor. Found a spot to catch my breath.
그게
The place wasn't all that peaceful.
내 생각엔
It's not what I meant. I wasn't looking for a peaceful place. I was looking for a place where I could calm my symptoms. I have no medication right now, so I had to control myself by any means. Yoon awkwardly took a step back. When I barely managed to pull myself together, Inha and Seil were standing before me. Could they have met? When Inha and Seil encountered each other before the entrance of the central corridor, couldn't have met Yesung for sure, no. They must have been worried about you, yeah.
그런가요?
Since you were out there by yourself.
생각해봐.
By that time, I was almost back to normal. They didn't even know until I told them what happened. Seil looked surprised to see me, but Inha wasn't. She wasn't surprised? Or
그건
she looked a bit confused for not having met Hyesung. Ju-young nodded and spoke after a brief pause.
그때
Told them briefly about what happened, and came back to you guys with them.
그래서
After that, we all went together to discover that he was... Is there anything strange when you were out there?
그게
Well... Young stroked her hair with a troubled look on her face. I was just focusing on catching my breath until I met Inha and Seil. I wouldn't have even noticed if someone had said something while standing right next to me. It's how bad it gets when it's really serious. What if she goes psycho when she has her panic attacks or something and blacks out? Or like, something like that, you know what I mean?
No.
Yeah, what's this about S. Sungyun responding to...
도대체
How could they say that? Hyesung was on the verge of breaking down. We can't blame him for responding to them. It's already difficult getting stuck in here and waiting for the rescue team to arrive. The young dropped her head and bit her lips. Yoon could see her pale lips behind her hair. These descriptive sentences are so unnecessary and weird.
그럴지도
Even if we respond, he'll run amok anyway.
아무래도
This is the confusion S. Sungyun wants to create for us. At this point, we don't have time to at this point, we don't have time to argue with them or anywhere we could turn to. Oof.
그러니까
We'll just have to endure their attack. Young slurred her last word and trembled. Oh, so she's drunk. I'm JK. If people find out what happened to Hyesung, Sungyeon will gain a vast number of believers. Inha headed to the dressing room alone after reading Hyesung's provocative posts when Yu Hyuk got back. Yeah, let's talk about that.
그때
Inha seemed very adamant.
네.
She wouldn't listen. She urged us not to follow her several times. Young nodded and paused for a moment.
그러고 보니
Did she have to go after him so hurriedly?
그건
Inha seemed to have been annoyed by Hyesung's post. She went after him right away as soon as she saw his post. Two of them looked at Inha. Inha was quietly staring at the crumbled exit. We should have a reason, but let's not make false assumptions.
하지만
But I'm still worried. Inha tends to act on her own behalf without discussing with us.
아시잖아요.
It's just how she is, you know?
맞아.
Yeah, that's true. A woman of action. Young's face turned grim again. In a normal situation, we wouldn't have worried anything about her, but... a time like this, she could be pushed into a corner.
혹시나
Didn't think
했는데
Yu Hyuk would fail.
아무래도
Yes, I was hoping Yu Hyuk would talk him out of it.
그러고 보니
When I saw his next post, he seemed more agitated.
그랬었는데
When I went there, based on my judgment, he would have rejected everything except our resignations from the audition.
아무래도
Yu Hyuk always says the right thing. He wouldn't suck up to anyone. Ju Young nodded with a worried look on her face.
그렇다고 해서
Regardless, I can't accept the situation. What happened to Sung Yun was an accident, but Hyesung's case was apparently...
알잖아요.
Think too deeply. As you said, let's get our order of events straight.
그래.
Yeah, we'd better focus on that. Otherwise, I might hyperventilate again. I don't want that to happen. By the way, Ju Young, do you care to talk to us about why you ran away? That initial time when you found Sung Yun's body? We never asked. We don't know. I think you might have manic freakouts. That's my current thought. Alright, let's talk to Yu Hyuk. He went to the dressing room after Do Yoon, then a tremor came. After he failed to persuade his son, he came back. Right.
어떻게?
Let's flirt a little. Can't believe I'm the one who saw him last.
혹시
You don't mind, can you tell me again about what happened when you came out? Yu Hyuk frowned a little as if he was trying to concentrate.
그랬지.
Okay, I talked with Hyesung in the dressing room. First, he talked about the scholarship. After that, he talked about my father. I thought he was going too far with this. I told him he should stop and go back with me, but he wouldn't listen.
맞아.
Right, that's what you told me earlier.
그리고
He kept checking Fader while we were talking. I think that went on during the whole time I was in the room. I think he was arguing with S. Sunyeon. He kept posting comments even after you left.
그게
You check what time it was, you should be able to figure out roughly how long we had between talking.
그래.
Sung's post came up after you came back. I should check it. Yes, I should check it. The two checked the watch for a moment. After I arrived, I started talking with him at about 1:25 a.m. I think it ended around 1:30 a.m.
몰랐어.
Is that it? Longer. Having a short talk with Hyesung before his last moments. That was his last moment. The other thing would be kind of scummy to say, so let's not. Have regrets? You seem to. You didn't expect that to be your last encounter with him. Yu Hyuk nodded after a brief silence.
어쩌면
If I'd been more insistent, he might still be alive. I can't believe I gave up only after 5 minutes.
아니야.
Not the only one. I have my own regrets. According to other people, we were the only ones who saw Hyesung before he died.
대체
Why on earth would someone do such a thing? Can't believe his Fader post became his last words. He would have never imagined. Oh boy. Now we're introducing time to this.
혹시
When exactly did Ju Young disappear? Wait, I'll check the time I was trying to make the call. Right, he called her. So Yoon checked his smartwatch. 1:52 a.m. Do-yoon showed the watch screen to Kyu-hyuk. That's after Seo left. I made the call while looking for Ju-young. The others came back when we were still struggling to make contact. Everyone including Ju-young, Inha, and Seo. About the fact that the three of them came back all together. It is a bit suspicious.
아무래도
Something feels fishy. Everyone came back at the same time. Oh, he doesn't like that?
글쎄
Well, there's only one passage in here. Oh, silly me, sorry. One that leads to the central corridor. From this stage, that's the only destination. Yu-hyuk stared at the door in the distance while rubbing his chin.
무리야.
You're trying to look for things that are fishy, it will never end. We were all threatened, and we all left the stage once.
그치만
But think about it. Hyesung was already in last place. He was bluffing, and the statements made through Fader were getting discredited.
맞아.
It's true. We have nothing to protect, but hurting someone else.
도인아.
It's scary, but we need to keep our cool. That is, if we are to make it out of here in one piece. Okay.
그게
Post that got Ju-young was a problem too, but S. Sungyeon targeted you after then.
아니야.
They think they were done with Hyesung? Post was uploaded at... The issue moved on to the post mentioning Do-yoon. Wasn't the post with Do-yoon at like 152? Okay. I mean, we were with Yu-hyuk at that time, so he's clear. That's assuming that they uploaded to Fader as soon as they killed him.
그건
That was after Inha left, when the second tremor occurred. Sungyeon's post. As Sungyeon wrote in their post that they were done talking to Hyesung.
잠깐만.
Maybe S. Sungyeon is really... Yu-hyuk shook his head after a brief pause.
아니야.
Hyesung wasn't the only one that S. Sungyeon provoked. They had been throwing all kinds of comments toward the rest of the group. It was just a coincidence in timing. No one knows about the situation in here except for us. Yeah, there was a new post when we found Hyesung.
내 생각에는
We found Hyesung, he immediately uploaded a post. It was like he was waiting for that timing. Oh, this goes back to... I think yesterday somebody mentioned that maybe there's still cameras? Mm-hmm. Wow, we are striking out. Do-yoon, that was 2 a.m. time forewarned by S. Sunyan. He could have been trying to make it look like something else happened. Yuck gulped as if he was feeling tantalized.
그래도
Yeah, good call, Lucas. It perfectly fits the frame. The time they said something would happen to whoever was in last.
아닐 거야.
Feel confused because you were targeted. You'll figure out a way to explain it. For now, we should focus on sorting out the time. Yeah, okay, so we are definitely not doing so hot in the discussion with him. Inha's departure. Inha went after me.
그랬지.
She left right after you came back. Yeah, true. There wouldn't be cameras in the bathroom. I would have to talk to Inha to find out how long the term was. Hyuk quietly stroked his chin.
그리고
After that, Seo left, and then Ju-young.
결국
Which means we all left the stage once. Hyuk lowered his hand. You should be able to figure it out when you are done talking to everyone.
그래.
Hopefully. That is, if everyone's telling the truth. That too. I just hope everyone will be honest with
그래.
you. You'll sort it all out when you're done talking. If there's a lie, you'll find the inconsistency. See, he's the Danganronpa character, for real.
안 되겠어.
Time between tremors is getting shorter. Yeah, that is 100% a possibility, Croy. How did they make everybody there believe that it was Sungyun, though? What if it's something really fucked up? Like, Sungyun is actually Inha. And Inha's the dead girl. That would be fucking crazy. Inha does drop random comments, though, where she's like, I'm fine becoming a new person if the situation calls for it. So it's like, Can only hope the stage holds out. The two stared at the ceiling, nervously.
뭐랄까.
Why don't we check who was on the move during the tremor?
잠깐만.
Okay, let me think. Once after you went to see Hyesung. Another one after you came back when everyone was there.
그랬지.
That's when Inha left. And then there was another one. This is when Seo left. Yu-hyuk with closed eyes nodded after listening to Do-yoon.
그리고
Ju-young disappeared at around this time.
맞아.
We all felt the tremors at the same time, so we could reconstruct the flow based on those. Let's talk with the others first.
나도
I was worried sick because she disappeared all too sudden.
그래.
It's a good thing we found her quickly.
아무래도
We should have paid more attention to her. Things were crazy in here and out there. And we were busy trying to deal with it. The two stared at Ju-young, who was standing on the other side. What I know is that she's always been a dependable person. That's why I forget sometimes about the illness she's been suppressing so hard.
그래도
She received treatment, and she knows how to overcome it. But we're not in an ordinary situation. She's okay this time, but I should keep watching her. I think there's a certain place where she can calm herself down when the symptom occurs.
그래야겠지.
I'll pay more attention. But she might not tell us and disappear like last time. Wouldn't know if she doesn't tell us. Alright, Ina, spill the freaking beans.
왜 그래?
Everyone saw me when I left. I was pretty loud, you know.
그게
You told us not to follow you.
아니, 잠깐.
Because you and Yu-hyuk went by yourselves. I didn't think he would open the door if we went all together.
으이, 진짜.
I was going to grab him by the collar. But
그게
I felt intimidated when I reached the central corridor. So I tiptoed until I reached the dressing room. Ina frowned and moved her eyes. I called Hyesung in front of the door, but there was no answer.
그래서
So did you go in?
아니야.
No, I just couldn't. I called out his name a few more times and then waited. I was basically camping there right before the door. Well, this doesn't make any sense. If he wasn't in there, how is it locked? Because I was a bit afraid to enter. I was waiting there for his response. And then the tremor came, shaking the corridor. The tremor also reached the stage.
그렇다니까.
No doubt it did. It was scary as hell. After it died out, I got the courage to actually open the door.
그러면
So it wasn't locked. She just didn't open it. You were in the central corridor up until then? My destination was the dressing room. Where else would I go? I turned the doorknob, and to my surprise, it wasn't locked. Ina picked up her jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. Beads of sweat rolled down her neck.
그게
So I went in, and Hyesung wasn't there. I had goosebumps for some reason. The dressing room was empty.
그래서
What happened next? My head began to spin. It was all so complicated. That's when I started to wonder if he was hiding somewhere.
어?
Hiding somewhere? Why?
그게 아니면
Well, he said he was going to be there, but he wasn't. I wondered if I should look for him. So fishy. Everything about this is so fishy. There was a reason for the waiting. Okay, let's hear it.
그런 거야?
Did you want a clearly arranged timeline? Let's see. After seeing Hyesung's post, I went to the dressing room.
그랬지.
After waiting a bit before the door, you eventually went into the room and you felt bad to find nobody there.
뭐?
I was actually scared. Ina awkwardly corrected her expression. It seemed that she didn't want to sound aggressive. I replaced bad with scared. Got it? What is this translation? At the demand of changing upset to frightened.
어?
You got agitated, right? Angry or scared? What's the difference? You were agitated.
야,
Hey, anger and agitation are different emotions. I corrected myself because I didn't want you to think that I kicked the door and just barged in. Ina put her hands together and glared at Do-yoon. Ina let out a sigh after glaring at Do-yoon for some time.
어쨌든
Forget it. We should just focus on figuring out exactly when I entered the dressing room.
그러면
Then let me start from the moment you left the stage. Okay, hurry up before I forget. Do-yoon tried to recall the time when Ina left for the dressing room. After Yu-hyuk came back, Hyesung's post came up at 1:40 a.m. I went right after seeing it. I must have arrived at the dressing room at around 1:43 a.m.
그럼
And then I entered the dressing room after the tremor. And you get the picture now? For now. 4 now, or 3 now. Why don't you just hurry up? You're so sus. I thought I must find Hyesung as soon as I found the empty room.
알잖아.
But it's dangerous. You should have at least called us.
그거는
There weren't many places he could go, so I thought I would find him soon. Oh, you found him? Ina spoke while glancing at the torn poster. I came right out of there and went straight to the staff corridor. Checked another door inside the room to see if I could get in, but it didn't budge. And I guess there was only one passage.
그래.
Yes, you have to go out of the corridor to enter there. Only one door to the staff corridor. No, there was another one in the dressing room. Inha knitted her brows while nodding her head.
한도윤.
What's this, Doyoon?
설마
Why are you asking me like you already know everything? Are you suspecting me? Just piecing together all the facts.
알잖아.
Why don't you show it? Instead of looking like you're going for a kill. Ina lowered her arms. Sorry? Ina lowered her arms that were akimbo? Doyoon cowered himself and thrusted his palms toward her. Look, at the situation. We don't even know who did this.
그럼
Fine, then can you continue? Inha frowned and focused on her account.
하여튼
Anyhow, Hyesung was not in the staff corridor either. After finding nothing, I came out and happened to meet up with Seiyuu there. Oh. So the Mahiru pose.
그랬어.
Good job, guys. After another tremor, he went looking for you. He said, for our safety, we should get out of there. Check the dressing room, central corridor, and staff corridor. I felt leery when I found out that the staff corridor was empty too. Oh, thanks, Ja. It was strange, but I came out since I met someone. She was such a poor thing. To be honest, I was really scared at first. When I opened the door and entered the stage, there was something in front of the door. I was so scared that I almost screamed. Inha dropped her head and stared at her feet.
그게
So that was Ju-young? She was catching her breath with one hand on the wall. Did she look okay?
그래도
She seemed relaxed, although her face was pale. Inha suddenly raised her head and stared at Doyoon. It was a mess. Everyone was focused on themselves. It seemed that Ju-young wasn't able to suppress her symptoms. Oh, you are, John? Nice. I'll tell him when he gets home. Kevin's gonna be sending me pictures of flamingo shirts, and I might have him buy some
그래.
for me. It's a good thing that she knew how to control herself, though.
그러니까
I know, right? If it had been a serious seizure, can't even imagine the things she might have had to go through.
그치만
I was really surprised. Thought you and Yu-hyuk would have been able to talk him out of it. Sorry.
아니야.
Wasn't blaming you. I'm the one who showed poor judgment. Yeah, was that before or after you bludgeoned him in the head? I can't believe he went crazy on Fader after talking to you guys. Ina's short hair gently rustled when she shook her head.
어쨌든
Anyhow, you two came back to the stage and stayed there. And say Il, Ju-young, and I left the stage once, right? That's about right. My head hurts. I want to delve into our whereabouts, but then I feel like ignoring the whole thing. You know what I would like? I would like if they let us investigate the dressing room. What if we find out that he opened the back door to the dressing room? Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities here.
일단 해보자.
We'll try to figure out the details. Yeah, that sounds like the right decision. Ina put her hands on the sides of her hair and pushed them up. Maybe I'm scared to dig in any deeper.
으이, 진짜.
Should have paid more attention to her. I'm sorry. I'm just glad she came back safe. To be honest, it's too late to even say this. I just left when everyone tried to stop me. I think I helped aggravate Ju-young's condition. Ina covered one of her cheeks with her hand and closed her eyes. Yun could read the sense of regret from her closed mouth. It was complicated. We couldn't have resolved it easily. Not much. Now much worse than before. I'll take better care of her from now on.
그래.
Right. It would be really dangerous to lose track of her again at a time like this. Ina slowly surveyed the corridor. Her gaze came back to Do-yoon's face. Accidents are not the only thing we have to be aware of. Someone could be hiding somewhere watching us. Ina, are you okay? No, but what can we do? Alright, Sail, you also have some explaining to do, my friend.
그게요.
I went straight to the dressing room. I didn't have time to check other places.
그러면
Did you go right in after arriving there?
네.
Yes, the door was open. Sail drew his eyebrows together as if to trace back the memory. Closed his eyes for a moment and continued.
그치만
No one was there. No Hyesung or Inha. You must have been confused.
그런 편이죠.
I felt drained, wondering where they were.
그러면
Did you come out right away?
아니요.
No, I had to wait there for a moment. Thought about the places they could go to.
그럼
That's possible. How long were you there?
모르겠어요.
I'm not sure how long. Seal tilted his head and answered, but soon dropped his head as if something had come to mind. I wasn't wearing a watch like the others. If you check with other people, you should be able to calculate some time. This timeline is so sketchy. Why? Why would he not be there when Inha was gonna go in? He has to have been there. And she coaxed him out somehow. Either that or he left to go to the bathroom, or like, maybe Yu-hyuk did convince him and he just stopped at the bathroom? Like, I feel like there's something... There's gotta be something. Okay. When Sail arrived, the door to the dressing room was open. Neither Hyesung nor Inha were inside, right? Okay.
그리고
I left after the second tremor came. I
그랬었지.
went into the dressing room just to find it empty.
그래요.
I already told you that I stayed in the room for a moment. Seo rolled his eyes as if to search his memory. So Yoon waited a second and asked the question. Do you feel anyone else's presence? It It wasn't all that quiet in there, but
정말요.
I'm sure there was no sound.
그럼
Did you wait until Inha came?
그렇죠.
Of course, I wasn't sure if I should come out of there immediately. I had no way of contacting her. So, what is it with people just waiting in these rooms? I'm confused. They are definitely the sus ones. I checked the door inside the dressing room, but it was locked up as I had expected. Okay, well that's good. The door that's connected to the center of staff corridor
그렇다니까요.
wouldn't budge. I think the door got stuck in the wall. Teal pretended to turn the doorknob.
그리고
I got out of there after some time because it didn't seem wise staying in there. When I found I found Inha in the central corridor.
어?
So I guess you weren't looking for her when you met her.
맞아요.
You're right. I was... Did Inha say that... That was... So I guess you weren't looking for her when you met her. I was glad because I could have missed her. And that's how you came back to the stage together. It was dark and narrow, so we got out of there quickly. At the time, we actually thought Hyesung might have come back to the stage after he got tired of throwing fits. Okay, let's answer some questions about Inha.
그리고
You know, went after Gyu-hyuk. Went after Gyu-hyuk.
그랬었지.
She left right after reading Hyesung's latest post. He looked like he had nothing to lose. I can understand why Inha was angry. I told her it was dangerous by herself,
그러니까요.
although I'm not sure if it was necessary for her to go when everyone tried to stop her. Aside from everything, the narrow corridor could collapse if more tremors occur. Tail stared at the other side of the central corridor. He clicked his tongue after staring at it for a moment. Why did he have to hide in there by himself?
맞아.
He was desperate, although he made a wrong choice.
맞아요.
Very wrong. What on earth happened? Only thing we can figure out is the sequence. Who, where, and when. And the arguments. Tail let out a long sigh. His expression showed more thought than anger.
말하자면
This really is a survival audition. Hyesung dropped out of it.
알잖아.
Can't just dismiss him like that. Of course not. I'm sure somebody's getting a kick at the sight of his mess.
그 말은
At first, the dressing room door was closed.
그랬어.
That's how it was when Gyu-hyuk and I went to see him. Why did he act in that way if he was going to open it anyway? Tail shook his head and kicked on the floor with the back of his shoes.
근데 그게
I went right away, but Inha wasn't in the dressing room. Ina's the one that opened the door, not Hyesung. She could look for him, but the staff corridor was dangerous too. I'm just glad she came out safely. I know Inha didn't want anyone to follow her, but still. She was so adamant about it. Doyoon unknowingly stared at Inha.
도윤이 형
Doyoon, she is not the one.
혹시
If you're talking about Hyesung, I never said she was. I'm just saying, if there's any doubts, there isn't. I'm glad then. Uh-huh. Say ew!
그렇다는 건
Hyesung was absent since then, I guess.
그런 것 같아.
Ina seemed to have felt bewildered.
그런
Then she should have immediately come back to the stage. You two came back right after meeting each other?
네
It wasn't easy to convince her, but I managed to do so. Seo rubbed his thumbnail with his index finger. There was a brief silence. I don't think I'm in the position to tell her what to do.
그래도
You're a staff member. I think you could talk to her.
전혀요.
There are titles like floor director and assistant, but there's a level to these titles. A level? Yes, there are different levels to identical titles. I'm just a servant. Do-yoon has obviously felt that level before. Maybe Do-yoon was also taking advantage of that structure. It won't seem right for him to throw a casual comment about it now. You're quiet. Are you acknowledging the existence of the level? No, that's... It's okay. It's not like I was testing you or anything. I'm well aware of my place. I'm just glad Inha came out safely. This is so sus. I don't trust this one as far as I can throw him, but Inha seems like the major sus.
도윤이 형.
Gyu-hyuk went after you.
그랬지.
He came back when I was almost done talking with the others. I think it lasted for over 5 minutes. He failed to persuade him, and Hyesung began to go wild. Hyesung pulled down at his hair with his fingertips. That's not Hyesung, that is Seil, thank you. Seil openly showed his hatred towards Hyesung. He might not have expected this kind of ending.
그치만
What's the point of checking everyone's whereabouts?
나도
If we're vague about our whereabouts, the tension might grow. Yeah, what do you mean, why are we asking? Hello? I'm afraid someone might get cornered. Of course there's no attacker among us, and that should be a normal conclusion. Oh my god, Kroy. You're less sus of them after this? They were in the corridor together. I think both of them are in on it, personally. Ina's actions make 0 sense. Oh, I stood in front of the door and did nothing, and then I went inside, and then I stood there and did nothing, and then I went to the staff corridor? Bitch, no. The only way that's true is if Gyu-hyuk somehow got... If Gyu-hyuk somehow got Hyesung out of the dressing room, got him to the bathroom, and killed him. That's the only way. You think both are telling the truth? No effing way. Also, let's, food for thought. Think on it for a sec. I'm gonna be right back. Okay. Where was Dammy? Yeah. Dammy's the sus. He ain't talking. You're right, but it will help us figure when the incident happened at least.
그러니까요.
I was saying that was pointless. Sale shook his head while mumbling something to himself.
사실은
Maybe this is how I see it. What do you mean? He might still be alive if you or Gyu-hyuk was able to persuade him and bring him over here. It's true. And maybe you're talking about an alibi and all, so that you'll feel less guilty. This guy is so whack. That's not what I'm doing. We shouldn't create a schism within the group. We should assume that S. Sungyeon is the attacker. It fits the frame now. We won't suspect one another at least. What I'm saying is that we should all hate a single target. This guy is the worst.
한마디로
I'm sure anyone would have had a breakdown. Things couldn't have gone any worse than they already were. Plus, the things they said came true.
어때?
Do you think S. Sunyoung is responsible? Sale hesitated for a moment, but you nodded.
그게요.
Yes, that's what I want to believe. If it wasn't S. Sunyoung, then we're in trouble. This time, Doyoon didn't know what to say.
서예성.
Okay, the way that we are literally going insane talking to Saeil, like, same though. I believe they were in the back of the restroom or just outside the restroom. It didn't really clearly say, Lucas. As Sungyeon attacked everyone, and Hyesung was infuriated. He was already the last rank, and he was digging his own grave anyway. Other contestants had no reason whatsoever to hurt him.
그럴지도.
Maybe. That was awkward. I'm the only one who's not a contestant. But it wasn't me, which means it's not one of us. We have no choice but to look somewhere else. You are such a bullshitter.
저
How could she just disappear, like, without even a word?
그랬지.
I was so surprised.
그게요.
Doesn't sound like her that we know of.
그래도
Right. I admire her for enduring this far. The stage collapsed, and she saw 2 dead bodies. She's a strong person. Yeah. Oh, this is for sure harder than DR. I'm actually kind of scared of when the game is gonna force me to make an argument. Like, that is coming. They are going to make me accuse somebody and point out inconsistencies, and it's very, like... I think it's Inha. Saeil glanced at Ju-young on the other side. It wasn't easy to read her face, but she certainly didn't look at ease.
아무래도요.
Also, no one feels overly obvious. Like, if you think hard enough about it, it could have been any of these guys. Yeah? I bet you there is a producer's watch. I bet you. She couldn't even pack her medication. She must have been scared.
맞아.
She said it herself that she could barely talk. I hope the rescue team arrives before things get worse. Saeil adjusted his glasses. His eyes were looking straight at Doyoon's face.
그러니까요.
It's dangerous to create a commotion within the group.
아니야.
It's not my intention to create conflicts. But you might end up crossing the line. We're not detectives, prosecutors, or judges. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking to Saeil because... Ina said she was waiting at first because she thought the door was locked. Yeah, which is fucking stupid.
아무래도
When I first got there, the door was locked. Me too. He opened it when I called out for him.
그런데
I heard him locking the door when I came out. Oh. Guess he left it open when he got out of the dressing room. The two dropped their heads and pondered for a moment.
하여튼
I think she went out and looked for him for some time. But we would have to hear it from her.
일단 해보자.
For sure is that Hyesung left the dressing room during the time when you came back and Inha got there.
그래.
Right. And we're not sure as to why he left. I was just cooking up in my head a whole conspiracy theory about somebody sending him messages and making him like maybe it was that plug hole person or Sail or someone come to the bathroom. Or if somebody has Sungyun's watch. Maybe he got a message from her. Because it did always say that he does what Sungyun says, even though she's dead. But they said there was no messages, so what is it? Would it have been a call? Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Not sure as to why he left. We're not even sure if he left out of his own will.
그랬지.
Ina said the dressing room was empty when she went in,
아마도
which means she got there after Hyesung
그럴
left.
거야.
I can understand why she was confused. Yuhyuk knitted his brows as if he was trying to recall the central corridor. Places accessible from the corridor: dressing room, restroom, and staff corridor. The dressing room should be excluded since it was the starting point. Evan? Oh. That's the Javi coffee. I didn't demo it yet. Probably gonna do it tomorrow. Investigating. Started now. You're supposed to send me more pictures of those shirts. Ugh. Anyways. Dressing room should be excluded since it was the starting point.
그럼
So that leaves the staff corridor and the restroom.
애매한데.
She would have felt uncomfortable about entering the restroom. Maybe it's a good thing she didn't go there.
그래.
I agree. If Ina went in and encountered the attacker, it's a good thing she came out right away after meeting with Seal. Well, maybe she did meet the attacker.
어쨌든
Guess Seal was confused too.
그랬었지.
The door was open, but no one was in there. By that time, Hyesung was already... Hyuk slowly nodded while staring at Do-yoon.
솔직히
Nobody would have expected it at the time.
그랬지.
After some time, Sail came out and met Ina. Came back immediately. What if it's something like Inha killed him and left him there? And then Sail went into the bathroom, found the body, tried to hide it in a panic, cover for Inha, and then was like, okay, come on with me. Okay, so after some time, Se-il came out and met Inha and came back immediately. It's a good thing he did that. So-yun also nodded slowly.
맞아.
Wow, we are getting a lot of sanity from Yu-hyuk, thank god. The person who attacked Hyesung might have been waiting for Se-il or Inha to be alone. But they met each other quickly.
결국
Consequently, they protected each other. Although they weren't aware at the time. I mean, she is by far the most suspicious. By far. What if Se-il's obsessed with Inha, so he's just gonna kill all the other contestants so that she can win the show? That's also a possible motive. Although I like my theory that Inha is actually Sungyeon the most. The thruple assassins? No, no.
그때
You understand? Who? Haru? Oh, she does look like Haru, kinda. Also known as the Triangle Strategy. Too far, Ja. Just as expected. Hyesung had already left the dressing room around that time.
그럴 줄.
Inha wouldn't have known until she opened the door. I guess that's why she waited. She must have felt confused when there was no answer. Yes, she seemed to have something she wanted to say to him. Ju-young let out a deep sigh. There was a slight quiver in her breathing. Maybe he was still alive at the time. We'll know if we talk about it some more.
그래.
Yeah, but you should be careful. The incident happened when we were in the central corridor. Young shook her head. Might feel more guilty.
맞아요.
You might feel like you allowed this to happen.
누나.
So-yoon, you should remember. You should know how to handle the pressure at a time like this. We need to pull ourselves together somehow until the rescue team arrives.
그렇구나.
So Inha opened the door after the tremor occurred.
맞아요.
That's when she realized that Hyesung wasn't there.
왜였을까?
Do you think there was an incident where he had to leave the dressing room?
글쎄요.
Maybe he just wanted to go to the restroom. That's what I said!
그래.
It's a possibility. He wasn't expecting her. Maybe he was at the restroom when he got ambushed. Young fell silent after mumbling something to herself for a while. Beads of sweat stood on the tip of her nose. He was neglected there, as if... We'll know the time when we talk about it. Inha thought Hyesung was hiding somewhere. She might have met him. She went to the restroom. It could have been him, or whoever attacked him. Maybe it's a good thing she came back before that happened. Can't lose Inha. Can we? I mean, this lines up with my theory that the tremor knocked over his dead body. Because she would have killed him before the second tremor. When she was waiting outside the room. Yeah, right.
그런가?
Did Se-il go straight to the dressing room?
그랬었는데.
Yes, he went after Inha.
근데
But the dressing room was empty. He said he was standing there for a moment out of confusion. He must have been confused as to whether he should come out and look for her or wait there. So-yoon thought about Se-il's account for a moment. He had no way of contacting us.
그러니까
Yes, thank God nothing happened. He went by himself when he didn't even have a way to contact us. Young stopped in the middle of her sentence. Or maybe it was safe for them because there were two people in the corridor.
맞아요.
Maybe you're right. The attacker could have been looking for another chance. Consequently, they protected each other.
내 참.
I can't believe Seil followed me to the dressing room when I didn't ask him. I'm sure he was surprised too because the dressing room was empty. Ina scratched the back of her neck.
혹시
Why didn't he yell out my name or something? I could have heard him from the staff corridor. Probably didn't cross his mind at the time.
잠깐.
Come to think of it, someone could have been hiding there. I kept lying low and that saved me from harm, I guess. Ina raised her gaze to check the ceiling. We wouldn't want the ceiling to collapse. What else did he say? Who, Seil? Who else?
그랬었는데.
He said he came back to this place after checking out the dressing room first. Yeah, he did. It kind of fits the frame. Okay, so we're gonna save. Huh. Everything was good. Yeah, it's just a raspberry seltzer. Oh. What are you making? Oh. Why? Peanut. We have so many save files. Yeah, we had a lemon tea seltzer, yeah. I'm telling you guys, Spindrift is the shit. It's so good. Okay. So now let's fail to put together an argument, because I know that's coming.
There you.
Oh damn, I didn't see you there. That's right, our rapport with Inha and Seil worsened. That's right. That is correct. Everyone looked very tired.
막상 각이 나오는지 모르겠네.
I'm not sure if we can get the whole picture. Oh my god.
글쎄.
I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
어떤 것 같아, 도윤아?
Well, what do you think, Do-yoon? Do-yoon tried to sort out his thoughts. All their stories danced around in his head.
그게...
Well, he lowered his head and found his watch blinking. Plug hole. Who the F is this? Stay strong. I hope you're just ignoring my messages rather than not being in a condition to see this. Yoon couldn't help but nod. He needed to focus. Vagueness only creates anxiety.
우리가 다 아는 사실은 하나야.
We all know one thing.
혜성이가
Someone attacked
화장실에서
Hyesung in the
누군가의
restroom.
습격을 분장실에서 재발로
And Hyesung
화장실까지
seemed
간
to
거고.
have moved from the dressing room to the restroom on his own.
먼저
Before anything, I want to figure out when he moved from the dressing room to the restroom. They all nodded.
좋아요.
Okay then. Here we go. What happened before and after Hyesung disappeared? S. Sungyeon's fader post that Do-yoon in 4th place was next. No, that was not before. Yu-hyuk tried to speak to Hyesung in the dressing room,
Oh
failed to persuade
my.
him. They spoke for 5 to 10 minutes, around 1:25 to 1:30 a.m. That could be it. Inha went to the central corridor to meet Hyesung after seeing his post around 1:40 a.m. Thinking the door was locked, she waited and then went in to see Hyesung after. Okay. After a tremor, Seo headed to the central corridor to find Inha. Found the dressing room was empty, so he waited, so that's not... Nope. Yoon caught her breath at the door. No. Hyuk talked to Do-yoon after Seo. After he found out about Ji-young's disappearance, he asked for a call around 1:52 a.m. She left the empty dressing room to check for the staff. Okay. So the first... Yeah, okay. So the first thing before was Hyuk, and the thing after was Inha. I really hope I'm not wrong. Hyuk tried to convince Hyesung in the dressing room but failed. From what we understand, it took about 5 minutes from 1:25 to 1:30 a.m. Hyesung knew I wouldn't do him the favor, so he kicked me out pretty quickly.
혜성이 그때까진 분장실에
So
있었던
Hyesung
거네.
was in the dressing room until that point. Hyesung posted a comment shortly after Hyuk came back,
난 그거 보고 분장실로
and I
갔어.
went to the dressing room after reading it. The comment was posted at 1:40 a.m.
난 중앙복도 통해서 분장실 앞까지 갔어.
I arrived at the door of the dressing room via the central corridor, and you said you didn't see Hyesung on the way back.
걔가 미적거렸으면 복도에서
If he was
만났을까?
lingering, I would have found him in the corridor, or at least seen him leaving. Okay.
혜성이가
Could it
분장실
be that
뒷문을
Hyesung
쏜건
used the
아닐까?
rear door?
거긴 안 열려.
It won't open, I'm sure of it.
어디가 끼었는지 꿈쩍도 안 하죠.
Door seems to be stuck,
그럼 화장실로 가는 길은 중앙복도를 가로지르는 것뿐이야.
and the only way to the restroom is through the central corridor.
길은 하나인데 이나나 세일이는 기척조차 못 느꼈어.
Well, let's unpack that for a second. What if Seil has a key? Because that's a staff corridor. What if the door's not actually stuck, and it's just locked? Open the bag. No vent. There's no vent. Well, actually, there were holes in the wall. There's only one passage. But neither Inha or Seil saw Hyesung leave.
페이터 글 올렸을 때
Maybe Hyesung was already in the restroom when he posted the post on Fader. Yeah. So between the end of his conversation with Hyuk and the time that Inha went to see him, he went to the bathroom. Inha might have just seen him go in or heard him in there and just killed him. That's what I would like to believe.
그렇게 보면
We also can't rule out the possibility that Hyesung's Fader did the auto posts. He might not necessarily have been alive when he sent that message, so we should keep that in the back of our minds too. If that's the case, we can figure out what time Hyesung left the dressing room.
얼추 1시
He left between 1:35 and 1:40 a.m. While some nodded, Inha came forward.
나 분장실
I
비었어.
also checked the staff corridor because the dressing room was empty.
그 사이 중앙복도
Any
비밀
chance of
타임이
central
없었나?
corridor
빠져나와
being left
숨는다는
neglected
기회.
during that time? It could have been a chance for the attacker to hide somewhere. Inha looked directly at Do-yoon. Everyone except Ju-young used the central corridor. Let's put the events in order. Be a comic strip, please. From when Hyesung fell silent to when he was discovered. To find the moment when the central corridor could have been empty.
혜성이가 확실히
Hyesung
분장실에
definitely
없었던 건
left the dressing room
1시 40분
at about
전부터.
1:40 a.m.
우리가 혜성이를
We found
발견한
Hyesung
건
at 2 a.m.
2시고 틈은 20분
So there's a
정도.
20-minute gap.
짧진 않네.
That's not such a short amount of time. Was the corridor empty during that time then?
복도에 사람이 있을 땐 범인은 못 움직였겠죠.
The attacker couldn't have moved while there was someone in the corridor.
대놓고 걸릴 테니까.
Unless if they were in the staff corridor. Ah, that second door is gonna come to light, I'm telling you guys. It would have been caught right away.
그럼
Let me sort this out.
순서를 떠올리면
We
답을 낼
might
수
be able
있을
to come up with an answer if we consider the order of events. List everyone's whereabouts from the time Hyesung disappeared. Okay. It'd just be the traces then, right? Ina went to the central corridor to meet Hyesung after seeing his post around 1:40. Right. After a tremor, Seil headed to the central corridor to find Inha. He found the dressing room empty, so he waited. Ju Young. Right. Alright, here we go.
이나가 분장실 앞에 온 게
Ina arrived at the dressing room a little past 1:40 a.m. She said she waited in front of the door until the tremor.
그동안 중앙복도엔 쥐새끼 하나 없었어.
This one was pretty easy though, Jal. This one was literally just like list out the different characters' accounts for that time period. So that one was not so much of like a puzzle. There wasn't anyone in the central corridor then.
세일이는
Seil went straight to the dressing room
분장실로 갔지.
after the tremor. Yeah, that's a good point. What was Yu Hyuk doing? If their conversation ended at 1:30, that's a 10-minute gap. Seil went straight to the dressing room after the tremor.
분장실에 가서 잠깐
After
머물렀다.
entering the dressing room, he briefly stayed there.
분장실 문이 열려 있더라고요.
Dressing room's door was open.
들어갔을 때도 닫진
I went in
않았어요.
without closing it, and I didn't hear anything from the central corridor.
내가 스텝복도로 간
That's
타이밍이지.
probably when I went to the staff corridor.
진동 뒤에
The corridor
복도가
was
잠시
briefly empty
비었지만
after the tremor,
기침은
but I
없어.
didn't hear anything.
문도 열어놓은 상태였으면
If the door was left open,
사실상
there's
틈이
practically
없었다고
no gap.
봐야겠네. 영희 누난 이때쯤
It was then that Ju
스스로가
Young's
확인한
condition
거였어.
worsened.
S 승연 글을 보고서
She said she
아홉이
started to
올라갔다.
hyperventilate after reading S. Seungyeon's post.
알리고 말고 할 사이도 없었어.
I didn't have time to tell you about it.
무대에서 중앙복도로
So I went to the
가는
door
문을
that stands between the
들어갔어.
stage and the central corridor
복도로 간 건 아니지만
You didn't go to the
순서로는
corridor, but you
세일이
left.
다음이었죠.
after Seil.
누나가 없어진 걸 알고
I called you at
전화한 게
1:52 a.m.
1시 52분이에요.
after finding out that you were gone.
그 전부터 공터에 계셨던 거죠.
But you were already there before that.
전화는 결국 안 터졌지?
Call didn't go through, right? Right.
그치만
But everyone
다들
came
곧
back
돌아왔어.
shortly.
복도 나오면서 언니를 만났어.
I met
문
Ju
앞에
Young when I got
있었으니까.
out of the corridor. She was standing in front of the
이
door.
시점에서
So
혜성이
everyone
빼고
got
전부
back
다시
together
모였어.
at this point except Hyesung.
화장실 빼고 다 확인해
Other than the restroom, we checked all the other places.
전화가 52분이니
Call was made at
늦어도
1:52
55분에는 다
a.m.
모인 거지.
So we got back together by at least 1:55 a.m.
그럼
This is how it goes. Inha arrived at around 1:40 a.m. and she was in the central corridor. Then the tremor started. Inha entered the dressing room, came out, and went straight to the staff corridor. Seil came to the central corridor right after that. Ju Young stayed in front of the door to the central corridor for some time later. She was guarding the entrance, so to speak. Shortly after, Inha and Seil met in the central corridor and went to the stage. Later met Ju Young. The three came in to join Yu Hyuk and me.
듣고 보니
So there was virtually no gap.
이나 씨랑 제가 왔다 갔다 한 때는
When Inha and I
좀
used
아닌
the
걸로
central
쳐야겠죠.
corridor, wasn't really a gap.
범인은 언제
Then
튄 거야?
when did the attacker flee? Oh my god.
화장실 도착하자마자
The
이
attacker
치고
could have
튀었을지
attacked him
몰라요.
immediately after arriving at the restroom and fled afterwards.
다른 경우는 전부 다녀간 1시
Another possibility is at 1:55 a.m. after we all came back to the stage.
다시 들어와서 서혜성 찾은 게
We came back at 2 a.m. to find his son. So we have about 5 minutes then. Very interesting. There were only 2 time periods when the attacker could have made an escape. First was the time from when Hyesung went to the restroom to the point when Inha arrived at the central corridor. It has to be that. The second was the time from when everyone left the central corridor or the stage to the point when everyone came back.
그럼 쟤는 대체 언제 당한
Then
거야?
precisely when was he attacked?
화장실로 간 직후라고 생각해.
I think it happened right after he went to the restroom. So I have a feeling this is going to be a route split between, do we accuse a mysterious attacker that isn't in our group, or do we suspect somebody in our group?
범인이 언제 빠져나갔는가하고는 다른 얘기야.
That has nothing to do with when the attacker made an escape.
확신할 수 있을까?
Can we
그동안
be sure?
화장실은 아무도
No
안
one checked the
봤는데?
restroom during that time.
현장을 봤으니까요.
We saw the crime scene. To tell about a clue that might have made a loud noise in the restroom. Tell a clue that might have made a loud noise in the restroom? None of these would have made a loud noise. The first attack? This one I really don't know. Yeah, me too, Rosen. But I think... yeah. I'm pretty sure it is someone in the group. There are no signs of struggle or wounds other than the head wound. Sung should have been facing the door when he was attacked in surprise. So was somebody already hiding in the stall? Him being moved would have made a lot of noise. You think? Alright. Let's try it. I think the incident happened in the center of the restroom. The attacker moved Hyesung and put him in the storage area. They tilted their heads at Doyun's comment.
무슨 말인지 잘 모르겠어.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Wait, you said Hyesung died from hitting his head hitting the wall, right? Oh, so they... smacking his head against the wall should have made the noise.
없을 때라 몰랐던 거야.
If someone were in the corridor at the time, they definitely would have heard something. But nobody heard anything.
소리 얘기 아니어도 일리는 있어요.
It's plausible even without a loud
서혜성이
noise.
멀쩡했으면 가만히
His
있었을
son
리가
was
없죠.
okay, he would have fought back.
이미 당했기 때문에
He didn't react because he was already dead at the time. A brief silence came after Sale's remark.
화장실에 가자마자 당한 거면
He was attacked right after entering the restroom.
그롤린 것도 화장실에서 했을 거야.
It's good. We're trying to solve a murder. And it's very serious and fun. He must have posted on Fader from the restroom.
그러다 습격당하고
Got attacked immediately after.
잠깐만.
Wait! Ina raised her hand and came forward.
페이터 보고
Shortly after I read the Fader post, I came here.
그럼
Malfagor, you
내가
stopped that.
분장실 문 앞에서 기다릴 때
While I was waiting in front of the dressing room door,
범인도 화장실에 숨어 있었단
could the
거야?
attacker have been hiding in the restroom? Inha's voice trembled as she finished.
아니라고 보긴 힘들어.
That seems likely.
서해성을 청소칸에 숨기고
They hid Hyesung in the storage area and then waited?
그러다 전부
Then
복도를
took off
나간
right
뒤
after everyone left
도망친
the
거야.
corridor. Ju-young quietly turned around and looked at Gyu-hyuk.
근데 우리
By the way,
무대에서 모였다가
we
바로
came
여기로
right
왔잖아.
back here after gathering on the stage, right?
방마다 뒤져보다 화장실에 왔죠.
We came to the restroom after checking all the other rooms.
범인 비슷한 것도 못 봤어요.
No one was there.
우리가 다녀온 짧은 시간
Where
동안
could they have gone during that
어디로
short
갈 수
time
있었을까?
period?
다른 비밀 통로
Unless
같은
there's a
게
hidden
없다면.
passage. No. No shot put balls here. Basically, my waifu got ambushed in the bathroom, and somebody smacked him on the back of the head with a broom handle, and then his head got turned, and he
We know
smashed
the
it
murder
into
weapon is the shot
like a
put ball.
concrete pillar. With a worried look on her face, Ju-young took a deep breath.
범인은
The attacker must have hidden somewhere around the stage. Oh my.
혜성이를
Seesaw homicide.
You're attacking Hyesung and hiding in the restroom?
세 사람이 돌아올
Are you
때
saying they
따라서
followed the
나왔다고요?
three of you out of the stage as you came back?
그게 아니면 사라져버린 걸 해명할 수가 없어.
If that's not it, how can we explain their disappearance?
여긴 다 뒤져봤잖아.
But we looked everywhere here.
잠깐.
Wait,
잠깐만.
stop!
만약에
If the attacker is somewhere on the stage,
우리
we shouldn't be here.
여기 있을
문을 잠가버리기라도 하면
If they lock the door.
무대로
Oh
가보자.
god, I got goosebumps. Let's go back to the stage.
놀래라.
Goodness, thought we were done for. Looks like they didn't play any tricks on us.
아는 건가?
아이씨, 진짜.
I've had enough. Inha walked up to the stage.
야! 이 미친놈아!
Oh, cause this is gonna work. Hey, psychopath.
어디 숨었어?
Why are you hiding, you murderer? Hiding won't save you. The rest of the group stared at Inha in surprise.
뒤에서 통수
Come out and fight me, you coward. There was no answer from the darkness beyond. I know you can hear me.
하늘로 날아갔어.
Where in the world are you? Come out, you freaking monster. Inha frowned and looked into the distance.
저기 도윤이 형
Shut up.
Do-yoon,
지금도
can
전화
you
안
still
되세요?
not make a call?
서해성
I
구조대한테
think we should
알려줘야 될
report
것 같은데요.
to the rescue team about his son.
바로 확인해 볼게.
Get right to it.
네, 부탁드려요.
Yes, please. Do-yoon tried to call the rescue team.
도윤아,
Do-yoon, what are you doing?
구조대요.
Trying to contact the
신호가 안
rescue
가요.
team, but there's no signal.
아 그래.
Oh,
여기 상황을 알려야지.
yes, we need to tell them about the situation here.
누군가한테
Should I
당한
tell
것
them that
같다.
his son was attacked by someone?
사실이 그런.
Well, what else?
하실 말씀이라도
Do you have
있으세요?
something to say?
내가
Me?
아니,
No.
일단 난 안 돼.
Mine doesn't work. Can you guys try with yours? Why did he say that to her like that? They walked around trying to get a signal. After some time, they barely managed to call the rescue team. The intermittent voice gave them short instructions and trailed off.
뻔한 얘기였어.
It was nothing special.
당황하면 생각 못할 수도 있지.
Protocols can be easy to overlook in an emergency.
그래도 혜성이를 저기 두라는 건
Still, leaving Hisung there like that,
나머지를 생각해서 한
I guess
말이겠지.
they said it for the rest of us.
일단 냅두라는데.
What can we do?
어쩌겠어.
They told us to leave him there. Provide the exact location of the body. If you're concerned about losing the body, put it near the rescue. Once we determine which path is best. These were 2 instructions from the rescue team.
그거 말고는요?
Anything else?
좁은 곳보다
They
공터에
told us to
있으래.
stay in the open and avoid places that have been severely damaged.
여기도 멀쩡한 데는
I think
없지만
this is the best place we could find at the moment.
천장 낙하물
They
조심하라고
also
하더라.
told us to watch out for things falling from the ceiling.
진짜 다 아는 얘기만 해줬네요.
They only told us only things we already know. Doyoon lowered his head at Seil's remark. Right then, a shiny watch caught his attention. It's Vader. Doyoon frowned and refreshed the page.
어떻게 이게 벌써?
Already? How? Oh wait, what the fuck? Nobody reported it!
방금 연락해서 한 얘기잖아.
Oh, they did just... I'm confused. They got through? We just called them. This is too fast.
불가능한 건 아니에요.
It's not impossible.
현장 주변에서
There
뻗치던
must be a
기자일 거예요.
reporter sneaking around.
타이틀부터 뽑아서
And they quickly
올렸겠죠.
posted the headline first. The more you insult me, the earlier you will be dead. Don't act rashly. I said this is a survival audition. The show will go on. At that time, a message came through in the messenger. Oh my god. The controller vibrates when you get messenger messages, and I keep thinking that it's tremors, and it makes me... Ugh. Who is this? It was from Plughole, who had been demanding answers from Doyoon. Doyoon didn't know this person, how this person found his contact number or who he was. Doyoon had been ignoring him, but this time he decided not to. He remembered getting his senses back thanks to Plughole's message when he was about to break down. Who are you really? I'm on your side. Got me walking side to side. I'm not in a good mood. Stop kidding around. Same here. Just think of me as someone who's ready to help at any cost. How can I trust that? What can you do for me? Have faith in me. Faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is faith. Oops, I mean love. Wait, you notice what's going on around you? Even a fireworks festival couldn't be more exciting than this. This asshole called S. Sunyan seems to be the main troll of the day. If S. Sunyan keeps running wild, he will eventually push public opinion in the wrong direction. I'll make him shut his mouth. Just give me help when I ask for it. Yoon frowned. Buckle's tone was not that different from those who were trolling just for fun. I don't believe you. Stop bugging me. I'm gonna block your account. Wow, you're suspicious. How many times you've been ripped off in your life? Hold there, I'll send you a photo. unrecognizable photo arrived through the messenger. Then you realized it was a slightly blurred photo of a man. It's a bit blurry though. It's me. It's a bit blurry, but I'm sure you can see my trustworthiness. What made you so skeptical? Who are you? Oh, who hurt you? Anyway, I'm gonna pick a fight with S. Sungyun. I'll contact again at a good time. Be ready to help me when I ask. Lowered his watch slowly. Now that Do-yoon thought about it, he realized that it wasn't Plughole but Do-yoon himself who was helping the situation. No need to play along with this kind of wordplay.
전화
We have
계속
no
해보는 거야?
idea, Mars. Keep trying to make a call.
페이터.
It's a mess on Fader right now.
S승연.
S. Sungyun is running their mouth as if they won. Slurring her words, Ju-young had a somber look on
또
her
새로운
face.
상대랑 붙은 모양이야.
It looks like S. Sungyun got themselves another opponent. The others turned toward Inha.
S승연한테 작정하고
There's someone picking a fight with S. Sungyun. And yeah, it wasn't there at all. Yeah, nope.
이 계정 닉네임이
The first run of this game is fairly scripted. Pretty much no matter what you do, everything will go to shit. Okay, what's the username?
글자가 작아가지고.
The text is too small to read. Oh, yeah.
플러그홀?
Plug hole. Do-yoon turned on his watch again to check Fader. Come over here, S. Sungyun, otherwise just go away? You really buy that? If S. Sungyun has a clear conscience, they wouldn't disguise their IP using VPN, an overseas IP. Most glorious national Fader star, Hyesung Sao. The world's best Fader star, S. Sungyun. You still believe it? Its identity will soon be revealed. Stay tuned.
정말 질렀잖아.
He really did it. I am inside the collapsed building. I don't want to tell those who can't grasp that current situation. His son stayed silent. Next target is in the 4th place. Do-yoon, reflect on your life and confess your sins. So this is really going in the direction that there is somebody hiding. Thought that was a tremor. I'll start my move. My goal equals your safety equals everyone's safety. Got it?
뭘 어쩌겠다는 거야?
What is he trying to get?
페이터 싸움에 신경 쓸 때가 아니야.
We don't have time to fuss over some keyboard battle on Fader.
S승연
I
그냥
hope we
확
beat S.
갈렸으면
Sungyun up.
좋겠네.
Everyone was responding differently. S. Sungyun claimed that they were on stage. Some obviously believed that S. Sungyun did murder his son. S. Sungyun put up some hard evidence, or turned out to be just an internet troll. What would Do-yoon do next? Do-yoon's head began to pound. Wow, S. Sungyun, the rescue team made it clear that there are 5 contestants and 1 floor director left, but is there someone else? Really? I don't know where Sayil is. I understand that you just want to go along for the ride, it can't be helped, but can't you see that your identity will be unveiled soon? Gone too far, knock it off. You will have to take all the responsibility for that. Who would believe that you are the accident at the accident site? Present the evidence. You know what I mean? Buggle was putting pressure on S. Sungyun by demanding evidence. Sung went silent, but we don't know if he's dead or alive. Or he might be waiting for an opportunity. In the end, what S. Sungyun said is nothing more than the collection of gossips. I thought there would be more to his Sung's silence, but who the heck is S. Sungyun? Even Fader users who were easily swayed by public opinion on the timeline were seeming to suspect S. Sungyun, who was remaining silent, to be a fake. I'm inside the accident site. I repeat that. The end is around the corner. What if they just access the cameras? Right, possibly. This doesn't look like where a security camera would be, though. Security cameras would be, like, on the ceiling, no? This looks like ground level. This is the S. Sungyun, the fake producer person on Fader, said that they're in the rubble. And then they posted a picture. Saeil could have taken the photo with his tablet and sent it to the S. Sungyun account, though. We know Saeil has a tablet. And Saeil he wasn't in the shot, the group shot, when they were all talking about it.
이건 여기서?
That's right here. Ooh, yeah, that gave me chills. I'm starting to feel scared. Wow, now they faked the photo. Great. Yeah, so, in the bad ending, they discovered that Saeil had a notebook, like an iPad, in his bag. We don't know when the photo was taken. So pathetic. The photo is not faked. That could be really shocking, but the photo alone is... Recognize the stage. Looks the same as we saw on TV. Real? The photo is authentic. We should not provoke S. Sungyun anymore to protect people trapped inside. It was clearly a picture of the collapsed stage. Doyoon felt like he was suffocating.
말이 안 되잖아. 우리가 지금 여기
Doesn't
있는데.
make sense. We're here right now.
아무리 봐도 여기.
I looked at it again. It's definitely here.
합성이라고 하기도 힘들어.
It definitely wasn't photoshopped.
만약에
That's true.
우리가 못 찾은
Where the fuck is Saeil? Do you think there really was a passage that we missed?
그런 게 있다 쳐도 왜 혜성이를 했죠?
Even if there is one, why attack his son? What'll happen?
이걸 말이라고?
That's what I wanted to ask. It really came from... No one knows. What's the deal with the photo? Even I sent you one before. It was a bit blurry, though. Actually, the photo was taken from here. Serious? You 100% really sure about that? I'm not in the mood for jokes. Okay, give me a minute to find the best way to deal with it. Just calm down, your chicken friends. See you later. None of you should react. Everyone on Fader is waiting for an opportunity to eat you alive. Messages stopped there. Feeling confused, Doyoon turned around. They all looked confused.
진짠가 봐. 진짜 저놈이 서혜성을.
Could it really be true that S. Sungyun murdered?
그럴 리가 없어.
No
뭔가
way.
잘못된 거야.
It must be a trick or something.
다시 한번 주변을
Should we take a look
찾아볼까?
around again?
이해할 수가 없네.
I don't get it. What's going on? Doyoon clenched his fists. For now, he had to clear up the confusion brought by S. Sungyun. He should listen to the others to gather clues from their reaction.
홀.
Plug hole.
사람들을
Don't tell me.
진정시키라고?
You're telling me to calm down the others?
시키지 않아도
I was gonna do that
그렇소.
anyway. Holy crap! Aw, the dead Hyesung. Yeah, Sale just showed up. Too young. Too Young's past resurfaced? Rumor had it that she had dated a wealthy guy so she could retire early, but it ended in failure. A photo of her walking at night. Ina doesn't have a family, apparently. Yu-hyuk disappeared without graduating from university, and no one knew what he had done for several years before entering the audition. That's... What the... Yu-hyuk, wow, he had a real glow up on the show. Interesting. Alright, what the hell? Oh, who do we even start with? Let's start with Freakazoid.
그럴까요?
A passage that can be utilized by someone out there.
어때?
What do you think?
그게요.
I had some hope when we first inspected this place. They did a lot of construction here and there. There was no passage after all.
혹시
Could we have missed somewhere? Teal adjusted his glasses and pondered for a minute. Shortly, he raised his head and stared at Do-yoon.
아니요.
No, there is no such thing as a hidden passage. The rescue team also said so. It was also confirmed by the rescue team. Then I guess this is an unavoidable reality.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
For some things, we just need to give in. It's good to have hope, but it's the reality. The rescue team even had the building plan. There's no reason for them to lie.
혹시
Although, didn't they say that the building was built according to Sungyeon's ideas and not what was on the plans? That just goes to further show that this whole thing was set up from the beginning. I bet you there is a secret passage. I just wanted to make sure of it since Beastars did so much unplanned construction.
그거야.
Of course I want to believe that there's another passage, but... Oh, and that we can get out through that passage. Saw that there was no such thing, and it was confirmed by the rescue team. But I still want to believe it. Sale shook his head. Do-yoon could hear him gulping.
어쩔 수 없죠.
There's no such passage. Hisung's attacker must also be hiding somewhere away from us. They won't have the guts to come out in front of us. But if their hiding place collapses, we'll be safe. He has very few keywords, huh?
그럴싸해.
There's no denying it. What we see here is the proof. It's the photo of this place, the collapsed stage. I enlarged it, I shrunk it, I tried everything. Ina opened the fader page and looked into the photo again. Under her knitted brows, her blue eyes turned dark. This photo is real.
맞아.
It's clear that the photo couldn't have been fabricated.
진짜야?
If the photo is real, it means that their threat is no joke. S. Sungyeon is in here somewhere, and when we move about, they found an opportunity to...
나는
Starting to believe it. No matter how we look at it, the photo's real.
맞아.
Right, we're trapped in here with a freaking psychopath. They'll get us if we get separated like his son. We need to stick together no matter what.
그래.
You're right. They can't let us... They can't get us as long as we're together. That is not gonna last. Even if someone else comes out other than S. Sungyeon, nothing changes. That's it. We shouldn't give them another chance. Here's the thing, though. If that's true, then why didn't S. Sungyeon kill them in the bad end? No one else died, only Hisung. The others were that disagreement between Seil and Inha, the rubble falling, and 2 suicides. Ina tore her hair out and suddenly raised her head.
혹시
Can't we beat the crap out of them first?
애매한데.
At this point, we have no way of knowing where they are or what they will do next. Yeah, apparently. Didn't they say you were the next target? Ina gently grabbed Do-yoon's arm. Don't worry, you have us with you.
헐.
It creeps me out when I think about the perfect timing. So are we circling all the way back that Seil is probably S. Sungyeon? 2 a.m.
그러니까
Exactly at the time forewarned. How do you know that the rubble falling was an accident? Well, that would be interesting if, like, they have a button they're pressing to make the whole place shake. Ina disheveled the hair.
All you've proven is that you're an idiot.
Ina disheveled the side of her hair with her hand. She glanced at Do-yoon hesitantly.
그러면
I guess S. Sungyeon is the attacker, right? If we just peg them as the attacker, it would make things much easier for us.
일단 해보자.
I think we should leave it at that for now, for the sake of our mental health.
맞아.
You never get the right... No, I think that was the perfect one, Ja. We can barely pull ourselves together in here. I think we should believe what we see and move forward. Well, that's a terrible idea, but sure, Ina. Ina wrapped her arms around her shoulders. Making things more vague won't help us. This is not a mission we have to solve anyway. Yes, Kevin, extra turn.
왜 진짜.
Is this something I should be proud of? Why would they look into my friends and family?
아무래도
I think they have gotten as far as your crew members. It's not like I'm already dead. Ina bit her lips. Her face turned red.
으이, 진짜.
Don't make a fuss about it again. My goodness, we can't even contact her family or friends. They thought they'd figure out how to contact your family and friends if they kept digging. I guess your crew members know how to keep quiet.
짓이야.
I think they found nothing interesting. Because they don't know either.
그래도
You don't have to know everything just because you guys are close. How much you open yourself up to others is a very personal choice.
그거지.
Exactly. It's not like you have to know about every personal matter. My crew members are too busy practicing to ask annoying questions. That's the modern social relationship,
어쨌든.
right? I really like my crew members. They accepted me into their family when my self-confidence hit rock bottom. Even after joining B-Stars, they continued to cheer for me.
말하자면
Crew is home, my crew is my home, so to speak. I even wrote the dance crew's studio as my official address when filling out the B-Stars application form.
그래도
Still, I didn't completely open myself up to them. Not like I have to, right?
그래.
Yeah, that depends. I lived quietly until joining the audition. That's all there is to it, and I don't want others to know about my life. After grumbling for a while, Ina closed her eyes. Then how dare they mess with my crew? If they have questions, they can ask me when I get out. Well, you're still super freaking sus. Alright, Yu-Hyuk, let's chit-chat.
글쎄.
The passage we're not aware of.
혹시
What do you think? Can we say it doesn't exist for certain? Beam tilted his head at Yu-Hyuk's remark. We haven't checked any areas that looked risky. You heard it too. They often carried out unlicensed construction in here.
그래서
Guess that's why the stage collapsed. Doyoon spoke under his breath after taking a look around the place. Yu-Hyuk also mumbled something to himself. Maybe we just want to believe that someone or something is in here. Hard to say it doesn't exist. Yu-Hyuk likes conspiracy theories. Can't conclude that there is no passage yet. Yasung's attacker is out of our radar, though.
그랬지.
Cannot be a perfect crime. There must be a clue. Yu-Hyuk looked around while fiddling with his watch.
어쨌든
Whatsoever, I'm not ready to give up on that possibility. I agree. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. It's so funny how, like, we talked about the same topic with Seil, and I told Seil, yeah, totally, man, there's no way that exists. And then I just run over to Yu-Hyuk, I'm like, yeah, it totally could exist.
어쩌면
Maybe there was a passage, but it disappeared. They looked everywhere, but there was only concrete wreckage. If we see anything that could be used as a passage, we should check it. Regardless of what awaits there. Let's go investigate again. Oh yeah, what's up with the disappearance? It came out at some odd timing. I literally hid from the world after my father died.
솔직히
I just wanted to drop everything and let things take their course. I used to study really hard at school, but as I felt demotivated, I just left. Yu-Hyuk groaned quietly. For a while, I got calls from many different people. Your father?
그렇지.
About paying tribute to him, but most of them approached me out of curiosity, for fun, or to take advantage of me. That's why I ran away, rather, because I couldn't handle them. Yu-Hyuk smiled bitterly, as if something came to mind. B-Stars used my past to turn me into an enigmatic someone.
다시 말해서
People are always interested in finding something unique. Even tragedy or despair can become status.
그랬나?
Am I really different? If you think about it, no one lived an easy life.
그건
Everyone has their own drama, and it ends there without anyone knowing about it. Isn't that why people are more interested in individuals who had been exposed? Yu-hyuk quietly
Haste,
stared at
despair.
Do-yoon. Hey, welcome back, Kiswan. After a brief silence, Yu-hyuk spoke again.
결국
They not only take an interest, but also try to pick you clean. People were not interested in me as a person. They just wanted to reveal my secret.
그럴 줄
Yikes.
뭐랄까.
I'm not even sure what I've been pursuing now. Everything was different from what I had expected ever since joining the show. It's still the same. Yu-hyuk nodded quietly. Yes, we are on a really unpredictable, foggy path. Oh, welcome back, Jam. Yeah. We did a huge investigation of Hyesung's body. Basically, we got a bunch of time frames down. We kind of narrowed it to who we think did it, but now it's come to light that the Fader troll S. Sungyun, the person that provoked Hyesung on Fader, is actually in the wreckage with them because they submitted this photo. I personally think that Saeil took this picture with his tablet. We don't know that he has the tablet, but he has a fucking tablet. It is possible that there's another person in there with them, but I think Saeil's feeding information to them. Inha's the prime suspect, but Saeil is definitely fishy. Like, it's either both of them. Honestly, it has to be both of them. Okay, Nakji, it was not like that. Okay? Don't be weird.
어떻게?
Yeah, I think it's an accomplice, for sure. Either that, or Saeil is feeding it, like, Saeil is an accomplice of S. Sungyun. Whoever that is. Maybe he is S. Sungyun. I don't know. The game's doing a really good job of keeping secrets and making you not... making you second guess. I feel like each mystery that pops up, I suss literally everyone in a circle, and then end up going right back to Inha and Saeil. But then there's the are they too obvious card, right? Visual novels like to throw things out there that are too obvious, and then it can't be them because it's so obvious. Personally, I trust Yu-hyuk the most, but he also has, like, the weakest alibi. Yeah, obviously it's camp, yes. Why would they bring that up now?
도윤아.
Do-yoon, are you okay? Yeah, it's nothing new. Thought we were being filmed together,
그랬었지.
but when I watched it later, I was the only one on the screen. I'm not sure if that's how they shot it in the first place, or it was edited that way. Oh, Jam, I also had a crazy theory about Inha is actually Sungyun. Well, Lucas, the thing about you being alone for 10 minutes is Hyesung posted on Fader after that 10-minute period. So he should be alive. Like, it's almost like there's no way it could have been Yu-hyuk, but I'm not gonna count it out because I'm damaged goods from Famicom Detective Club. Seeing that, Yu-hyuk fiddled with his tie knot.
그게
The judges were very fond of you. It was natural for them to mostly focus on you for the TV portion.
맞아.
And see why other members felt depressed. The difference in screen time for us was significantly different.
아,
Oh man, Aquatic. If only you knew. It's very typical of you. What can you do with how they feel about it? The murderer could have posted from his watch. Maybe. It was also you who had to confront the malicious rumor because of that. Well, that. Judge's positive comments, different amount of running time on TV. There were more attacks on him as if they were the reaction of it.
그치만
You weren't responsible of all the things that happened to you and your band.
글쎄.
Do you really say I wasn't responsible at all? It'll only poison you if you let them get to you. I'd rather not think about that at this time. Yuhyuk patted Do-yeon on the shoulder. Yes, all I think is just that I want to escape here safely. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna talk to Ju next.
근데
There must be a way to upload the photo. S. Sungyeon's photo. It's this place without a doubt.
그러면
That's true. When do you think they took the photo?
모르겠어.
I don't know. It's not like we can inspect the metadata from here. Metadata?
어?
You don't know? All digital photos have it. Oh, that's actually true! Where it, like, says the date and time. Ju-young scratched her ear after seeing Do-yoon's face. Well, there's nothing wrong with it.
그게
The one from the registration data?
그래.
So to speak, yes. By seeing it, we can figure out when and with what photo was taken. Can't you check it with our watch? Does it? What else does it say? Can't see that much detail in the watch's view. We should ask Plughole or whatever. Yeah.
혹시
Can we ask other Fader users out there? Let's never ask Plughole anything, actually. Yeah, for sure. Oh, wow, Dammy. Spooky. Might be possible for desktop users, though. She didn't like that.
안 되겠어.
You don't know anything, do you? When a photo gets transferred, it loses the metadata. Oh, so the photo uploaded on Fader doesn't have the data. Oh man, feeling awkward, Do-yoon licked his tongue. Do-young continued while looking down at her watch. The same thing happens when you send it through Messenger. So what we need is the original file from the person who took the photo on Seil's iPad. Okay, that's where it is. That's gonna be super important. Let's just get to the part where he dies. Can we? Can we skip ahead?
그런가요?
As Sungyeon would never reveal that.
그렇지.
Very unlikely. We can't let them keep fooling us. There must be a way.
도대체
This is so leery. His son gets attacked, and the photo gets uploaded. S. Sungyeon said the murder would happen at 2 a.m., right?
그래.
Yeah, get on the seesaw, Seil. That's when we found Hyesung. Ju-young silently ran her hand through her long hair. Sentences. There's a time overlap. Do-yoon, what's your take on this? It really happened at 2 a.m. Do you think it happened as they had predicted? S. Sungyeon's forewarned time is slightly off the actual time of the attack. Yeah, because it is.
글쎄요.
Well... I'm not sure if I can completely agree with that. It didn't happen exactly as Sungyeon said.
어?
No, but Hyesung was... Wait.
그렇구나.
Sungyeon made it sound like they were going to murder him at 2 a.m.
네.
According to their threat, someone would die at 2 a.m. But what we found at 2 a.m. was Hyesung's lifeless body.
그런가?
Which means the forewarned murder happened before 2 a.m. Yoon continued while rubbing the back of his neck. Although it might not have been enough to conclude that they were completely wrong. Right. I'm not even sure if we should be making this kind of reasoning. But something doesn't add up. Oh yeah, this is an interesting rumor about her having a sugar daddy. Why does everything happen all at once? The stage collapsed, Hyesung was murdered, and now we have to put up with that.
그건
It's safe outside. We should stay strong.
그렇구나.
It's reassuring, unlike the look on your face.
결국
It's just being hopeful. Young weakly lowered the watch on her wrist.
확실히
It's a clear-cut situation, right? You can get the picture immediately. I get sick of Beloved that fails to gain popularity, and things go wrong as I try to hit on a rich guy and retire, right? Your girl Ju-young. In the end, I quit and leave Beloved without a sense of responsibility. The group gets disbanded and the agency goes bankrupt. Oh, you know what? Is this the levels of information that Hyesung was talking about? Possibly? Ju-young's long hair hid her
괜찮아요?
face. You okay? Ju-young slowly raised her head after a brief silence.
아니
No, I'm angry. When I was with Beloved, I only thought about achieving my dream as a team.
네.
I think I know what you're talking about.
아시잖아요.
You know I'm the betrayer conceived by B-stars.
그래
I thought you would know. That even if I stepped forward, I would just end up hurting other people. Thank you for the sanity. In the end, I would probably end up shying off. I will say it's interesting that we only gained sanity when we talked to Ju-young and, Gyu-hyuk. That makes me think that they are good guys. The two silently stared at each other. Meanwhile, every time I talk to Seiyo, we lose sanity. What I dreaded the most wasn't the rumor itself. Then, people began to believe it as soon as the rumor broke. I felt very offended. Love scandal, money, retirement. I never thought about any of those. I had a dream. I had a goal. That's all I could think. That's why I was annoyed. Annoyed at people's prejudice that an unpopular idol would no doubt try to seduce a rich guy and retire. People who were disappointed in me. Reporters that were throwing obscene words at me, and... Young shuddered for a moment. Akji? Me, who couldn't say anything against their accusations.
알잖아요.
Anyone would know if they have worked with you side by side about what kind of person you are and what kind of dream you had when you joined the show.
글쎄
Well, I'm not so sure. I don't think I've come out of it yet. Interesting. Let's talk to her about... Oh, about that apparently. I meant to click Gyu-hyuk. The decision came from the judges. It's not like you had any strings to pull. It's not your fault that the judges thought highly of you. I don't think I did anything wrong either. It's just that their decision was totally unexpected and resulted in specific consequences in my life. Ju-young quietly patted Do-yoon on the arm. Surroundings change, even when you walk. If you didn't want any changes, you shouldn't have done anything at all. Oh, okay, I thought that was for sure a report down. But remember, both you and I decided to move on. Ju-young,
너는?
I'm listening. Do-yoon couldn't continue. Do-young folded her hands together after looking at him for a while.
도윤아,
Do-yoon, let's focus on what's at hand. If we fall here, that's the end of everything. We can grab another opportunity only after we get out of here. Used to worry about many things in the past. I'm okay with my haters giving me a hard time,
근데
but when I couldn't get along with some of my fans who wanted to know more about me, I really didn't know what to do with them. Young's gaze shifted to Inha as she talked.
아무래도
I guess Inha was stressed out.
확실히
I think people meant well when they went to see her family,
하지만
but her family could have felt bothered. Some people don't want to be contacted in that way. Her family didn't come to the finals. Maybe they were dealing with their own family problem. I know you can't avoid unwanted attention, but this is too much. Do-young stared at Do-yoon again.
도윤아,
Do-yoon, I think you should talk to Inha more often. If not, she'll keep thinking about what's going on out there.
그래요.
I guess it applies to all of us. Do-young quietly nodded. Her long hair brushed off her shoulder. Yes, to all of us. By talking more, we should be able to avoid internal conflicts. We need to take care of each other more carefully.
그건
You're talking about Gyu Hyuk's university days. He simply left school and stayed home. That's not the same as disappearing.
그건
I guess they were comparing Gyu Hyuk's current position to his past. And they added the story about his late father, Byung-hee Lee. Oh, I guess it must have been an unusual circumstance after his father's death. Yeah, I think the headphones are so dorky. Ju-young's face briefly turned grim. What do you think Gyu Hyuk had in mind when he joined Beastars?
아마도
I guess he put lots of thought into it, just like anybody else. To pass or fail an audition after showing all they've got would be very challenging, even fearful for anyone. Ju-young nodded after a brief pause.
그럴까?
Maybe Gyu Hyuk had been struggling with that fear during that tough time. Other people might envy Gyu Hyuk for having a famous father, but for him, it became a burden he had to deal with. I often sense that while talking to him. Guess his sophisticated mind came from the background, the heavy burden and his struggles with it.
그건
Pretty obvious.
대체
Why would people look for her family when they don't even know anything about?
그렇다면
I guess they wanted to dig up some dirt, but eventually failed. There must be a reason for not revealing it. They call that an issue? They seriously need to know when to give up. Ayun's gaze turned to Inha standing on the other side. Inha was looking at the watch screen and her face looked pale.
혹시
Do you think Inha saw the post as well?
아마도
Some people must have delivered it to her, whether she liked it or not. I hope she doesn't break down and cry.
그래도
I think Inha can handle that.
아니
Yu Hyuk, you'd be surprised to know she is softer than she looks. Yu Hyuk glanced at Do-yoon after quietly listening to him.
Hmm?
Like you? Oh!
그래
In some aspects, she's way softer than I am. That's not good. We should observe Inha as well.
대체
What do you think happened regarding the photos? I don't know, maybe S. Sungyeon really is in here somewhere. Checked several times to make sure it wasn't fabricated. It's clearly a photo of the collapsed stage.
알잖아.
People out there could argue about its authenticity, but we can tell for sure. How can we not know? Yu Hyuk slowly rubbed his chin with his hand.
그래도
But if they're in here, there's no way they can hide from us. Maybe they had a chance to escape from this place. Like how we capped earlier.
만약에
That is, if they're really in here. Yu Hyuk surveyed the wreckage. Soon he sighed and turned back to Do-yoon.
하여튼
I don't know about other things, but it's clearly a photo of this place. Regardless of the authenticity of S. Sungyeon's arguments. If things have gotten this far, we can't keep ignoring them. Oh boy. All right, let's save again. Give me a quick second, guys. I'm gonna turn on a light and I think grab a little more seltzer. So I'll be right back.
Where are you? Oh, good, we're back. Hi, Fran. Sorry, I took a quick breather to run to the bathroom and refill on seltzer. And get away from all of you guys. What are we doing in this? Right. Okay. Oh, no. So we finished this communication period. That is wonderful.
Let's see what happens next. How are y'all enjoying the story? I think it's really spicing up in this route. It's like that first end that we got was just like the tip of the iceberg, and now we're reaching like the real like depth of the game, and I'm loving it. Do-yoon looked at the blinking watch. Come to think of it, finding and posting a photo means someone got cold feet, don't you think?
뭐라는 거야?
He's saying. Problem is, the photo was taken here. Everyone is having a hard time. They clearly crossed the line. I don't like them. I don't like you either. Ah, pity for me. Forget what I just said. Silly me. Do-yoon, what's your opinion? Is S. Sungyeon really there with you and the others? Do-yoon was lost in thought for a moment. There are many different opinions toward S. Sungyeon. Some believed S. Sungyeon was an internet troll out there, while some believed they were someone hiding in the building. And Plughole was asking Do-yoon's opinion. Think? I don't know. My gut says S. Sungyeon is not here. S. Sungyeon is just someone out there. I know. I'm wondering if there's a secondary route split. I could actually find out. There are multiple Route A endings. That means, yep. Great! S. Sungyeon isn't in here. They're just happy to watch us suffer from out there. You seem so sure about it. What makes you think so? Which clue indicates that S. Sungyeon is someone out there? Well, okay, maybe we don't have enough evidence to support this. Maybe the metadata? I'm gonna try. I think we are way off the mark. The photo seems real, but without the metadata, I still doubt the authenticity of it. It could be photoshopped. Whoa, a wizard he must be then. S. Sungyeon said they'd kill Hyesung at 2, but the time we found his body was 2, so it could still be a coincidence. That's incredible timing, but it is still possible. Do-yoon gave his answer, but Plughole's response was somewhat lukewarm. If you're saying S. Sungyeon is not there, then you should have some reason for that. Oh.
한가롭게 점수나 매기겠다는 거.
so possibility of an exit is not. It has to be, yeah, this? We've investigated the crime scene, but there was no hidden exit. The rescue team with the blueprint also confirmed that. Considering the situation here, it's hard to sneak around without being detected. That's why you believe S. Sungyeon is not in there? Taeyun could feel his head clearing while he composed the message. S. Sungyeon is just a deluded someone out there. After a brief moment, Plughole replied. I'll sum up what you just said. Listen up. S. Sungyeon is not there, but at home, just bumming around. Probably figured out the fact that they went a little too far. I mean, I'm not there, so probably you know better than I do. Keep the possibility in your mind. Could be the other way around. Anyway, there are also other people there with you. I've got to use some hard evidence to get S. Sungyeon. Make sure no one falls for it anymore. On the other hand, Plughole also seems to be saying things at random. Taeyun bit his lip and sent a new message. Sounds like you don't know how to get S. Sungyeon either. Hey, come on. We just gotta let this troll blabber as much as they want until they figure out they've talked too much. It's the best way to win a fight with an anonymous troll like this one. I will keep picking and you share what's going on. Here's a simple quiz for you, God. You said a few things a while ago. The corner S. Sungyeon, what questions should I keep asking? Just keep at it. From what they had talked about so far, there should have been something that would undermine S. Sungyeon's claims. What would render S. Sungyeon unable to review or rebut? That would be... Oh... This, right? Say that the time S. Sungyeon predicted was actually wrong. We found his sung at 2 AM, which means their prediction was not precisely correct. Oh my god, is this another one of those root split decisions? I think it is. We could point out the inconsistency between the actual time of murder and the time predicted. Boy, it could sound right or wrong depending on the perspective. If S. Sungyeon insists, then we have no way to counter that. It's very hard to prove those. And I am the one fighting against S. Sungyeon, pretending to know everything. Don't you think people might find it very suspicious? Huh? Is that what you want? The metadata seems to be our best shot at the moment, so let's go with it. Okay, well, fine. Why do you even give me the decision if you're gonna do that? S. Sungyeon posted that photo saying it's real, but we can't verify its metadata. If the photo is a fake, they won't reveal its metadata no matter how badly they're attacked. but they cannot ignore the attack either. Might even dare to reveal the EXIF data. It could happen. Messages stop there briefly.
메타 정보로 공격하고 다 좋다.
Using the metadata to trap S. Sungyeon is all good, but why is he doing this? How did Plughole get my number, and what does he get by fighting back against S. Sungyeon? Yoon could think of no plausible explanation. Why was he partnering with this stranger? The oppressive feeling, death of his peer, a mysterious attacker, the slandering of the anonymous account. Maybe Do-yoon was trying to escape from it all, even for a brief moment.
워치에 또 뭐 있어요? 너무 보시는데.
Anything else on the watch? You're hooked on it.
페이터 쌈박질 보는 거야?
Are you following this battle on Fader?
이번엔 메타 정보를
Plughole is
까보라는
demanding S. Sungyeon to reveal the metadata this time.
사진이 가짜일지도 모른다는 거지.
Saying the photo could be photoshopped. Plughole didn't hesitate to counter S. Sungyeon.
이거야. 워치.
I feel left out. I'm the only one without a watch. Seal interrupted Do-yoon.
저도 좀 봐요.
Let me take a look at it. The photo is real. Disclose its metadata. You don't know what it is? The photo's metadata. Understand? If it can disclose the time the photo was taken, we can know it's true. If it can do so. Cut the crap and post the photo info. The half of the stage must be fallen down, so it's nearly impossible to kill someone and take a picture in the same place if they are not a ninja. So, but what if... What if, say, Eel took the picture? It should still be in the metadata, right?
찍소리 못하는데?
Looks like this troll's tongue is tied.
가짜면 뭘
The
짓거리든
photo is a
신경 쓸 수
fake. We
있겠지만
could all just ignore their
그럼
nonsense.
서혜성은 대체
Who in the world attacked his son then? Please post a piece of evidence instead of a comment, S. Sungyeon. Are you drawing an info window on the photo? What's taking so long?
잠깐! 올라왔어!
Here it is! Okay, okay. It's so pathetic to see people try to deny reality. Why are the camera brand and model blurred?
Interesting.
The building was collapsed at 11 and the GPS points to the venue. Unbelievable. Plughole even... Oh, suddenly shut up. Ran away after seeing the evidence? It was that dumb shit, Seiyo. Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. It's possible to modify the photo's metadata, but there's no signs of altering or editing the photo, and people say the place of the photo is strange, so chances are the photo was taken inside the fallen stage. Thank you for the reporting, but we couldn't confirm that there are other survivors. Post? S. Sungyeon revealed the metadata. They caught both Do-yoon and Plughole off guard. His head had begun to pound like crazy. Do-yoon barely managed to get up on his knee.
그렇다면
And
S.
is S. Sungyeon really somewhere here? Great! No, I still don't think so. I still blame Seiyo.
그럼 정말
Was Hyesung really attacked by...
말이 되는
Is
얘기.
that even possible?
여기까지 오면 아니라고만 하기도
At this point, we can't deny everything they said.
한 번에 안 밀리네 이 자식은?
This troll leaves us no space!
Now, guys, to be fair, we only know that Seil has a tablet because of the very first ending that we got. The first ending that you get for your first playthrough. So we haven't even gotten to the conflict between Inha and Seil yet. There was a sense of panic in her voice. Oh, in their voice. Doyoon barely managed to straighten himself up. At all costs. Yeah, if that's right. If you shift, you get to keep your memories. Mind hacking. He managed to blurt some words out through clenched teeth.
Mind hacking.
We'll solve this mystery at all costs. Pursuit. So let's see where that just sent us. No. Where the hell are we? I actually have no idea where we are. Okay, well, that didn't help. Damn it, S. Sungyeon wouldn't back down. The metadata is uploaded. That was easy for him to say. He didn't feel offended. He could feel the anxiety dying out. What should we do now? Exchange punches. It's our turn now. Now you really need to help me. You should verify the metadata S. Sungyeon has disclosed. Verify? Let's piece together what happened. The photo S. Sungyeon posted shows what exactly? Sungyeon's photo. Doyoon looked at the first photo again. This is... be the stage. Although it's too dark to be certain, it's probably the stage. The collapsed stage. It must be the stage that was on TV. Yes, I just wanted to cross-check. Yes, no doubt, it is our stage. Wait, cross-check? Cross-checking whom? Cross-checking whom, sir? Whom, I asked. You don't need to know. Ah! Sanity up, sanity down. Let's go to the next step. S. Sungyeon hid the camera model part in the metadata of the image. Yes, he did. Why did they hide only that part? Strange, isn't it? But before discussing that, let's take a look at the time information in the metadata. It's 23:22. Oh. I did not pick up on that. That's 11:22. That's 22 minutes after the wreck happened. So this is before they all met up. Okay. Seil. I want to talk about the time. The photo was taken at 23:22, so what were the others doing at 11:22 p.m.? 11:22 p.m. At that time, we were...
has to be... this, right?
기억이 무너진 게 몇
When did the
시쯤이었지?
stage collapse? Yu-hyuk turned around to face Do-yoon.
중간 투표
It
직후니까
was right after the intro
11시
vote, which was
전이었을 거야.
before 11 p.m. Do-yoon sent the message, but the response was cold. It was taken at 11:22, not 1:22 or 1:22. Do-yoon.
11시 20분.
Come to think of it, all of us were on the stage at that time. Really? You sure you're not confused? I'm absolutely sure right now we were all on the stage. Wait, if that's the case, what was I supposed to say there? Weird, how did they take a picture? We have to rule out everything that's impossible, leaving only the possible explanation. You know where this leads. If the photo was taken there, it would have been taken by one of you. Do-yoon instinctively glanced at the rest of the group. If someone here took the photo, who could it have been? Do-yoon had no clue whatsoever. Let's talk over the phone. Oh, hell no. Using data service is much better. We can't call, but we can still use Fader and Messenger, can't you see? S. Sungyeon is really here with us, you mean? Hiding somewhere to take the picture? Look at the photo, see if it was taken from a hiding place.
그런 각도가 아니었어.
Wasn't this angle not even close? No, it was taken from the stage. Well, then let me ask you a very important question. Anyone have a smartphone? No, all of us are using only Messenger and Fader on our smartwatches. That's a device I'm not familiar with. Then I'll change the question. That smartwatch or whatever has a camera? Only Hyesung's had a camera. Hey, oh no. One of the contestants, late Hyesung, was wearing a watch with a camera. Jeez, that's not fair. Only he had a watch with a camera. Well, thanks for confirming that. Is he near you? I was told not to touch his body, so he is still there in the place where he was found. Would you do me a big favor? Can you go check his watch? Ah! Didn't we already? In particular, check if his watch has a photo that was posted on Fader. Do-yoon lowered his watch and thought briefly. Check S. Sungyeon's photo
You
on
can't go back.
Hyesung's watch. What does that even mean? His head swirled with confusing thoughts. Go check his watch! I'm on it. Get back to you soon. Don't go alone! Do-yoon stared at the group. He looked at the rest of the group and they looked worried and confused. Do-yoon tucked his chin and opened his eyes.
S 승연이 올린 사진.
Photo S. Sungyeon uploaded.
혜성이 워치에서
Maybe it
나온
was
건지도
taken by
몰라.
Hyesung's watch. Their eyes widened as he had expected.
서혜성은
But Hyesung is already dead!
한참 멍 때리다 뭔
That's what you came up with after spacing out so long?
혜성이가 왜?
Why would Hyesung do that?
도윤아,
Do-yoon, you're going too far with this. Do-yoon explained why they needed to check the watch. But he didn't mention anything about plug hole. Nobody would trust an idea from some anonymous source. I mean, why aren't you
혜성은 그렇다
trusting it?
쳐도 혼자
You
가는
can
건
think
안
all
돼.
you want, but I'm not sending you alone.
동감이야.
I agree. We'll go together. Good shit, guys.
다시 간다고요?
You're going there again?
언제 또 진동이 올지
Another
몰라.
tremor could come at any
아니면
time.
범인이
Or the attacker might. Do-yoon took a step forward towards Seil.
세일아, 같이 가보자.
Seil, let's go.
Okay.
네?
Oh,
제가요?
why me? He was about to jump out of his skin.
혼자 다니는 게
It's
문제면
dangerous to go
둘이
alone,
가면
so
돼.
two of us should go together.
무대엔 이나,
I'd feel better if
영희 누나랑
Inha,
규혁이
Ju-young,
있으면
and
안심해.
Yu-hyuk stayed together on the stage.
워치에 대해 물어볼 게 있으면
Because you're a lowly
세이지가
staff member and you
큰
can
도움이
die.
돼.
That's how he's gonna take it. If I have a question about the watch, you'll be able to help me.
도움.
Help?
그래요.
Okay.
알겠어요.
Fine,
같이
I'll
가봐요.
go with you.
쎄하다 싶으면
If you
바로
sense
나와야 돼.
danger, get back here immediately.
언니 말 들어라.
You heard what she said. Oh, Yu-hyuk looks so sad that we're leaving.
역시나 후달리네요.
I knew it was gonna be scary.
확인할 거 하시고.
Check whatever you need
궁금한 건
and let me know if you have any
말씀해주세요.
questions.
저는 그
I'll keep
누가
watch
갑자기
to make sure
오지
nobody
않나
can catch us off guard. Uh-huh.
금방 끝낼게.
Thanks, I'll be quick. Please don't kill me. Doyoon patted Seo on the shoulder and went inside. Wait, I missed out on something. Isn't his watch locked with a password? I can't crack it. Everyone uses the same password since the watches are sponsored products. What a poor sense of information security. Any chance that Fader could be hacked? Each Fader account is bound to the Watch app. It's not even possible to switch accounts. This means that even if a B-Stars contestant has their official account stolen, no one can write a post without the Watch. People are asking, so then all of those corny posts came earlier were written by you guys? Earlier posts were written by a staff member at the end of the first round of the finals. We were only allowed to write posts starting in the second round. I see. I just thought you wrote all those annoying posts. Okay, what's the watch model number and password?
비번을
Wants to know the password. Yoon turned around to check on Seil. He was staring at the entrance with a worried look on his face. Boo! He asked Doyoon to share the watch's info and password with him. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're in this far. We're going together. Investigating the watch now. Wish me luck. Oh shit, I just gave him everyone's password then. Could be a mistake, but he had no better idea at the moment. Doyoon shook his wrist and looked towards Hyesung's watch. He groaned, touching the cold body.
무슨 일인데요?
What's up? You okay?
아니야.
Nothing, I'm fine. Doyoon raised his hand to assure Seil. Entered the password and checked the screen. There was a photo album that wasn't included on the watches by default. Oh my god. Is this where we find the Seil pictures? Oh! The photo that S. Sungyeon had uploaded was right there. At the same time, a certain memory crossed Do-yoon's mind.
자, 그지? 이렇게. 요렇게.
Oh, he took a picture to show?
두개 라인으로 나와. 뒤에 C 붙은
Model
건
C has a
카메라
built-in
있고,
camera, but the others don't. Thought about the moment when they were talking about the smartwatch, which was sponsored. The photo posted on social media was the one taken at the same time. Here's the photo. I remember Hyesung took that photo. The model number of the watch must be written. This leads us to another question. How was the photo from the watch? How did it make it to S. Sungyeon? For answer.
Number 1, the dead person conspired with S. Sungyeon. He sent the photo to them. S. Sungyeon stole the photo from the dead person's watch. In this case, we need to figure out how. Definitely Lee. Unless? Oh, I don't know! No, he wouldn't, no. Although he did talk about having an advantage. Oh, Jesus. No. No, no, no! We are trusting, we are trusting our waifu. He was not evil. No. This was planted to make him look sus. Conspiracy? No way. Sung wouldn't have sent the photo. S. Sungyeon must have taken the photo out of his device somehow. We must find out how it was done. Do you know how S. Sungyeon took the photo? Way to intercept the photo. The cloud! It has to be the cloud. Backup. When a photo was taken, it's stored in the cloud. The photo can be downloaded by accessing the cloud drive. The camera on Hyesung's watch. All the photos the watch takes will be stored in the cloud drive. S. Sungyeon could have downloaded the photo from there. You did a good job, Do-yoon. I have nothing left to teach you. Go open your own business. Oh, actually, not yet. The photo on the cloud drive must be the original version with the metadata. Thought so. I'm gonna send you something fun. Check it out. Oh. So he filled in the blurred parts. It was a photo uploaded by S. Sungyeon. Captured image also revealed the camera model. It's Hyesung's smartwatch. Voila! How did you get it? Found it in the cloud drive linked to the camera app on Hyesung's watch. Couldn't believe the username was the same as the Fader username. I entered the common password. I knew the contestants were told not to change the settings, but it's over the top. What a security hole. The backup server be accessed from outside. I could access it with my PC. The smartwatches support web browsing. No. How about switching to another account? Nope. Then it's a useless device. I won't buy it. Now you get my point? S. Sungyeon is just an attention seeker. Okay. It's gotta be someone out there who knows your common password. See you. Me.
Hello.
Hey, Blackbird. Oh god, the drama has been good tonight. I just can't wait for the moment where we get to accuse Sa'il. Basically, we investigated Hyesung's body. There's a whole drama on Fader about S. Sungyeon being with them, and they showed a picture of the stage, but it was actually from Hyesung's watch, so we had to go back to Hyesung and look at his watch and figure out what the fuck is going on. Very scary. Let's reveal S. Sungyeon's identity then. Not yet. This is not enough. Just bait. Trap S. Sungyeon with this piece of evidence. We must prove that the original copy belongs to someone else. Got it? Posting on Fader involves losing all other data of the photo, so we should upload our photo along with the metadata, just like S. Sungyeon did. So if you post it, brag about hacking someone's cloud server?
No way. That'll drive us into a problematic situation later.
아니 여기까지 와서
He came this far. What should I do? S. Sungyeon is not in a good position since the metadata cannot be checked on a smartwatch. Point is, we have found out how S. Sungyeon could get the photo, but that alone is not enough. People will get confused over who's right if S. Sungyeon denies all that. We need a smoking gun. Like what? Like, I know who you are thing. Best way to defeat a troll is to reveal their identity. They are only saying those things because they've been able to stay anonymous. To win, we must take off the troll's mask. But what if S. Sungyeon keeps denying? This will happen if we miss it. But we hit the bullseye, then they won't be able to deny it. We must entangle them with solid evidence to break the whole frame. Easier said than done. How can we know who they are? Now we know how Sungyeon got the photo, just narrow down the list. Find out who hates you and Hyesung, the last and second place. Oh, the last and second to last in ranking, respectively. S. Sungyeon seems to have a grudge considering their murder threat. So, okay, you know how we have this anonymous person on the profile page? That's totally plug hole, and S. Sungyeon has to be Seo, right? But how is he posting without, like, them seeing him? I don't get it. And figure out who's likely to enter the cloud backup server. You can find other evidence too. Now get back to your friends and stay with them. They'll be missing you if you only hang out with me. I'll be having fun with S. Sungyeon in the meantime. See ya. Buckle said what he wanted to say and just disappeared.
정체를 드러내야 끝난다.
To end this, I need to reveal their identity. Yoon shoot over the message. S. Sungyeon appeared out of nowhere to taunt the survivors and left everyone bewildered with Hyesung's death. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could be assuming that he's on Fader? It is weird. The confusion would just grow if Do-yoon didn't do anything about it. After pondering that for a moment, Do-yoon turned his steps.
세일아, 끝난
Seo,
거
I think I'm done.
네.
What? Did you find something?
덕분이야.
Yeah, thanks to you.
역시 혼자보다는
Awesome.
그,
Two heads are
둘이
definitely
낫죠.
better than one.
돌아가자.
Let's go back.
하고
I have
싶은
something to
얘기가
share
있어.
with everyone. Seo tilted his head to the side, feeling curious, but soon led Do-yoon back to the group. Great, he didn't try to kill us. Thanks, Seo.
이렇게 사진을 올린
This is
거였어.
how S. Sungyeon uploaded the photo.
대체
Just who is this bastard?
페이터일까?
Should I post it on Fader and raise hell?
도윤이 말대로
Like
더
Do-yoon said, I
거야.
think that will just make things messier.
뻥 열리잖아,
I'm
저거.
absolutely about to go nuts.
사진을 빼돌렸다고.
Downloading the photo doesn't
사람이란
necessarily
뜻은
mean
아니야.
S. Sungyeon is out there.
서해성 사건의 범인이 아니라는 단서도 아니고요.
It also does not suggest they are not Hyesung's attacker.
정말 범인 같으면
They're
특정한
really-
때 경찰에 제보할
If
수도
they
있을
really
거야.
are the attacker, we can notify the police.
경찰?
Police? Yeah, I guess we can do that. There was some controversy when Do-yoon suggested that he would reveal S. Sungyeon's identity.
난 찬성이야.
I agree. I'm really curious what this creep's all about.
전 조금
I don't agree.
잘못 찍으면
You could get
페이터에서
bashed on
얻어 터질
Fader if
수도
things go
있어.
wrong.
우린 생존자일 뿐이야.
We're just survivors. It's not our job to reveal the truth.
뭐라도 단서가 있다면 괜찮지만
We can try if we have
우리
strong
하는 건
clues,
반대야.
but I don't want us to overdo it.
눈 가리고 귀 막은
Try
채로
to ignore
넘기겠지만
them. But this won't end.
외면하는 걸로는
Can't stop their
저기 쏘이는
influence
신경을
if we
끊을
keep
수가 없어.
ignoring them.
정체를
I'll
알아내고
figure out who S. Sungyeon is
페이터에서
and get them
아예
kicked off
사라지게.
Fader. Do-yoon made up his mind. The rest of the group seemed to agree that S. Sungyeon's presence was a problem.
범인 다시 한번 말해봐.
How did you narrow down the suspect pool
두
again?
가지였지?
You mentioned two possible cases, right?
출연자 비번 정보를
S.
알고
Sungyeon could be someone who knows our password.
이
Or
사건을
rather,
보고도
who felt motivated to
계정으로
stir
날
things
때에
up
동기가
anonymously
있는 사람.
using our accident as an opportunity.
혹시 또 뭐가 있을까?
Anything else?
제
They knew more about the contestants than most ordinary viewers, regardless of the accuracy.
방송 관계자든가 친한 사람일 수도
They could
있겠네.
be someone who works for the show or someone close to them. There were 3 possible cases. It might be possible to narrow it down further to a certain pool if investigated further. Yoon gulped and stepped forward. Here we go. Oh, another communication? Oh, and there's 12 keywords. Holy. Oh my. That's Inha? Are we gonna circle back to my theory about her being Songyun? So, okay, what happened in the last 10 minutes? We found that the photo was from Hyesung's watch, and we need to discover S. Sungyun's identity. That's what Plughole told us to do. So we're about to have a giant communication session with 12 keywords. So there's I'm glad I have water. We're just going through Fader before we start. Oh, you yuck. S. Sungyun's IP is somewhere in Africa. Yeah, well, probably just like a VPN or something. Yeah, they wanted to be less sus, right? So how are we gonna accuse Sa'il? That's the question. No worries, Mars. Alright, have a good night. Unfortunate that he won't be able to answer my phone.
도윤아,
Immune.
어?
Yeah?
페이터 보다
Feels
보니까
suffocated after reading Fader posts.
할 얘기가 있으면 직접
Can you
해줄래?
talk to me directly if you have something to say?
알겠어.
Alright, are you doing okay?
어,
Yeah, I'm fine.
좀
Felt a bit anxious.
Wait. Didn't it say that we had a rapport? Am I supposed to be pressing a button when there's a report thing? I feel like the answer to that is yes, because that thing just popped up and I didn't know what to press. Crap. I hope we didn't miss that. Let me see if I... Interesting. I thought that we could get... Darn it! I don't. Do they obviously proc? I don't remember at this point anymore because it's been a while since we viewed one. Oh, it tells you. A route 4, 5. Jesus. Okay. Okay, so the password thing.
확실히
The password policy was unbelievably loose. How many people might know the password? I can't even count. Yu Young was good at handling electronic devices. She strongly opposed the password policy when it was delivered. I kept telling them that there would be a security issue. I never thought the cloud would be so vulnerable.
그러니까
I had no idea because Hyesung's watch was the only one with the service. Young mumbled something while looking at the watch.
혹시나
Kept telling them we should all be given a different password. Couldn't have rejected the production team's requests. Staff was a bit lazy. I'm not sure what she wants me to say.
맞아요.
They were too complacent in their work. If retrieving the watches was so important, they could have factory reset it later. Surprised to hear you saying the word factory reset. I thought you were a digital illiterate. I mean analog. You just spoke your mind?
아니야.
Nope. Listen, I wanted to talk about something else. The watches were given during the first round of the finals. All the contestants at that time also learned about the password policy and accounts. So you got Ju Young's point.
그런가요?
She has casually shaded us 3 times this stream. Top 10. I'll know. I'm not sure if they were aware of other contestants' accounts, but one thing is for sure, that top 10 clearly knew about the password policy. But 10 people isn't a very small pool of suspects. Oh, there's a rapport event. This is new. Do-yoon. With her hand on the side of her head, Ju-young asked Do-yoon.
여기 올 때 몇 위가 목표였어?
What place did you aim to finish when you joined the show?
거기까진 못
Didn't think much
정했었어.
about the ranking.
생방 갈 거라고.
I didn't even think I would make it to the live stage.
거기가
On top of that, you came up alone.
그건 정말 꿈에도 생각 못
That was
했네.
completely unexpected, not even in my dream.
누나는
What about you? Which place did you aim for?
당연히
The
우승이지.
first place, of
1위.
course.
연습생 때부터
I always set my goal high since I was a trainee.
어떻게 가능해요 그런 게?
Just a second, guys. I'm getting kind of cold. I'll be right back. Yes. No. There's nothing there. FCC? Look at that. Where? That. I wonder why it doesn't. I need to do this, and then we're gonna read this scene. So bear with me, guys. Okay, I'm curious to see if this will even work. Okay. How do you manage to do that?
할 수 있겠다 싶은 데서 한 단계 위로 목표를 잡아.
You just have to aim one level higher than your realistic goal.
일단 한 걸음씩 올라가는
Then make it a
걸
priority to
충성해.
advance one step at a time toward the goal.
한 걸음씩.
One step at a time.
비러브드 땐 구호도 있었어.
There was even a team slogan during my beloved years. Ju-young fell silent and stared at Do-yoon for a moment.
한 걸음씩
One step at a
올라가면
time toward our goal. Ju-young mumbled to herself.
팀 같은 목표를 보고 있었네요.
All walked toward the same goal.
꿈을 이루는 게 1순위였어.
My dream was my first priority,
그건
and it still is.
그치만 다시 시작하려니
But now that I wanted to start over, nobody accepted me. This audition was the only way to restart my career.
무섭진 않았어요.
Weren't you scared of
다시
standing
사람들 앞에 서는 거.
before the audience again?
귀가 꺾이긴 했어.
I had my tail down.
또 그때처럼
I wondered if I could stand another round of public criticism.
비슷한 상황을 만나긴 했었잖아요.
You've encountered a similar situation. Ju-young slowly raised her head.
달라졌더라고.
Found myself somewhat reacting differently.
그때보다
I've grown stronger than before.
가끔 넘어져도
An unyielding
포기하지
spirit to
않으려고
any obstacles.
난타 당하면서
In the flood of criticism, my spirit began to take a more definite form.
형태라면
More definite
창이에요?
form. Was it
아니면
like a spear or a shield?
재미있는
Interesting
질문이네,
question,
한도윤.
Do-yoon. Ju-young took a step back, running her hand through her hair.
방패
More like a shield. At least until the collapse of the stage.
무너지고 난
Now,
세상 외면해선 안
began to
됐던
look back
일들을
at my past, which I
해보게
shouldn't have ignored.
됐어. 그래서
Maybe because of that, I'm beginning to see my spirit more like a spear. Nice. And that gave us sanity too. We're actually managing our sanity fairly well. Which we love to see. Okay. Onward with the 12 keyword marathon. Assumption from the top 10.
그때
I was excited when I first received the watch.
그거야
You like these kinds of electronic devices?
I also happened to read a news article that said the watch was still in development, but they restricted many functions so it wasn't easy to fully utilize it. If they had lifted the restrictions, we would have been able to use them better.
그래도
This one is much better than the first one they distributed during the first round of the finals. That watch was OMG.
그렇지.
Ah, that one sucked. We were only allowed to wear them on the show. They said that they would tweak our watches, but now we know it was all about restricting some functions. Not sure why they gave it to us since the first round. Simply accept whatever we're given. That watch sucks. If they were going to take it back, why did they give it to us in the first round? I think the deal was that we start wearing them at the start of the finals. Maybe they regretted giving it to us. Fortunately, they let us use it personally during the second round. The top 7 left after 3 got eliminated from the first round. Which means the 3 only got to wear them and then turn them in soon after. Young tapped the watch with her fingernail. I didn't know I'd be relying on a watch like this. Regardless of its quality, it's the only thing that connects us with the outside world.
역시.
It's rather common. Hiding your IP to avoid detection. For example, you can use a VPN to disguise your IP as if it's from a foreign country. Which means they had it all planned out.
맞아.
Right, and there's another thing. Young stopped for a minute and stared at Do-yoon. What can we learn from the fact that they disguised even, their IP? Person is experienced.
아마도
Yeah, give me a VPN sponsorship, please. Speaking of, we are doing a sponsored video tomorrow with Javi Coffee, so don't miss it. That's my plug. This was not their first time. They're experienced and know how to hide it.
그래.
I agree. They created an anonymous account and hid their IP before appearing. I don't think this was S. Sungyeon's first time. This one knows what they're doing. There are lots of trolls, but only a few would go through the trouble of obscuring their IP. They set up the whole thing using their past knowledge and experience. I don't think they came in as prepared. They've been acting quite impulsively, but never forgot to hide their tail. For S. Sungyeon, this wasn't the first time, I'm sure of it. Okay. Fair. What you got for us, Gyu? This little speech bubble just said, maybe. They knew the account and password. You think they're one of the production staff? I do, yeah, because it's Seiyou. Are you talking about B-Star staff?
솔직히
You received smartwatches after making it to the finals. The password policy remained the same ever since.
그랬었지.
It was determined by the sponsor and passed on to us by B-Stars. Had to use the pre-configured account and password. Yuhyuk stroked his chin with his long fingers. If they're a staff member, they should know about this. But do you think it's fair to doubt the staff?
일단 해보자.
We're just trying to narrow down the pool of suspects for now.
아,
Well, okay, if it's going to help us, I'll tell you again if I think of something else. We'll get a clearer picture as we narrow down the suspect pool. And another rapport event, okay.
S 승연이 한
Scholarship that S. Sungyeon mentioned.
형.
Still chewing over that? Hyuk groaned.
너한테는
I'll tell you what happened. There was a brief silence.
아버지,
My father, Byung-hee Lee,
이경희
always put
선생님은
emphasis on standing alone in
항상
everything.
당신께서 홀로
Because
다
he
이룬
himself
것처럼
had stood alone and was
그래,
very successful.
말로만 그런 게
He wasn't
아니었지.
just saying it.
나한테 들어가는
I was
돈은
totally on my
직접
own when I was
벌어야 돼.
growing up.
뭐?
Really? No
학비나
financial support at
식비
all,
같은
like
것도?
school tuition? Yoo-hyuk put on a sad smile.
당신께서 이룬 건
What he had achieved
언제까지나
was strictly for
가족도
himself.
가족한테도
His family
절대
was
예외가
no
아니었거든.
exception to that.
뭐든 해서 벌어야
I had to do
했어.
whatever to make my money,
10대까지는 어떻게든 해냈지.
and somehow I managed to make it through high school.
대학에 갔을 때부터
But during my university
왔어.
years, it began to take a toll on me.
한번에
I think I worked
8개씩
several part-time
학비는
jobs.
고사하고
Couldn't earn enough for
제대로
the
집중할
tuition.
수도 없더라.
Couldn't even focus on
크게
school.
아프고 나서야
Once after I'd
몸을
gotten
챙겨보자는
horribly sick,
생각이
I
들었어.
decided to ask him for help.
콘서트가 끝난
It was
밤이었어.
his concert night, and he looked quite contented. I
다른
kind of
말을
beat around the
기다렸어.
bush for a while.
타이밍
It's
찾기
hard to
힘들더라.
find the right moment to bring up the topic.
겨우
I finally managed to bring up the topic of money.
선생님은
What'd he say? Yoo-hyuk slowly opened her mouth, his mouth.
희망이 있다고.
He said he was disappointed in me.
원하는 게 뭐든
He said he wouldn't spend a penny on me,
도로 나가는 것 말곤
so I just had to leave.
그 정도였다니.
He had no sympathy at all.
치스럽고
I was embarrassed and
원해주실 수
ashamed.
있잖아요.
I could have begged him,
매달리면
but he would have sneered for sure at me.
친척이나 다른 가족은
What about the other relatives?
아버지도 나도
They didn't consider me or my father their family,
더 일을 늘릴
and I
수
couldn't
있는
afford to
상태가
have any more part-time jobs.
그럼 장학금 얘긴
Then the scholarship was...
팀에 자퇴하겠다고
I went to meet
했거든.
my professor to drop out of school in despair, and then he offered to help me.
집안일은 모르셨어.
The professor wasn't aware of my family background. It was revealed later through B-Star's audition.
몰랐으니까 도와주셨을 거야.
I guess that's why he gave me the offer.
못 받은
And
사람도
somebody had to
판단을
be the scapegoat since I had taken his scholarship money.
날 비난한다고 해도
I deserve any
할 말은 없어.
kind of blame for that. Yes, Kevin, he used it properly, unlike you the other day. Chuck bit his lip hard.
생각이 짧았어.
I wasn't thinking straight.
나만 생각.
I only thought about myself.
졸렬한 생각으로
Someone had to
뭉클이
suffer
끼치고 말았어.
consequence of my selfish decision.
선생님도 결국 그런
Even
거였냐고
my father will be
비웃으실 테지.
sneering at me in his
여전히
grave,
홀로 서지 못하는
blaming me for my
반쯤이야.
helpless dependency.
여기서도 결국
And I'm still
자기한테
leeching off his
기대서
reputation after all.
형
You alright, Yoo-hyuk? With his head half raised, Yoo-hyuk put on a faint smile.
괜찮아.
You know what? I'm rather relieved.
더 일찍
I wish I could have told you earlier. The alumni testimony. I can understand why he doesn't know that.
Huh?
You took time off from school because of your family accident, but how?
그게
You heard them. There was literally no interaction between us. Yoo-hyuk faintly smiled at Do-yoon, who was tilting his head.
도윤아,
Must have had many friends.
아니야.
No, but why?
그건
School friends, alumni, and my acquaintances. I never talked about my family to them. I never initiated talking to them. Rather, I always kept my distance from them. You'll have a whole different perspective when you know my reason. Yuck lowered his head as if feeling embarrassed. It's because of the family culture?
그랬지.
You know my father's family. They are ashamed of both me and my father. I guess he didn't like his family either since he never took me there,
이거면
as if they were strangers. None of our relatives even came to his funeral. Seriously? That's unbelievable. Now I'm getting criticized again because I've joined B-Stars and people started to find out about my family background. Judging someone's class when forming a relationship, I understand that. We provided them with nothing for their judgment of you then. Sad, huh? I was basically isolating myself from people by building a wall around me. Well, that could be a virtue of artists. Daeun continued while pulling at his own earlobe.
나는
Wasn't all that sociable either. Learned from B-Stars that you frequently moved.
그랬었지.
My dad, he was always on a business trip, taking care of all the dirty, dangerous, and demanding tasks. And I had to bounce around my relatives' houses.
혹시
Were
Were your relatives nice to you?
그거야.
Of course, but I didn't feel comfortable. After creating the band in high school, I rarely went home. I know it sounds corny, but I was feeling lonely. Let's just say you were a solitary person. Yes, that. But the thought and emotions from that moment, I think they helped me write songs. Is that why you mentioned the virtue of an artist? See? I'm pretty good at comforting others.
그래.
Okay, let's say you are. Maybe I was a bit off point. Anyway, the things people love about you right now,
그렇지?
maybe they were created during the time of your isolation.
이해했어.
I know what you mean. Thank you. I'm okay now. Another rapport event?
장학금 얘기. 내가
I
너무
must have
처지겠지?
bored you with my depressing story.
미안해.
I'm sorry. I know how troubled you are already.
아니야, 형.
No, Gyuhyuk,
그런 말 할 것 없어.
you don't need to say that.
데이터에서 저렇게
It's not really a
떠들만한
big
일이
deal, unlike what everyone says on Fader. Aquatic's eating it up. Leon paused.
근데
Wait, what about your
그
mother?
난리 겪을 때
When you were going
아무
through the
말씀도
hardships,
없으셨어?
didn't she do anything to help you? Chuck raised his head with a brief silence.
나나 어머니나
We
같은
were in the same
처지였어.
shoes.
선생님께 묻힌
He
채로
deserted and forgot her too,
버티고 있었어.
just like me.
묻혔다는
선생님의 위광에 가린 사람들. 빛
We were
근처에
forgotten
지는
and buried
그림자처럼.
under his presence, just as bright light gave us darker shadows.
자유도 경제권도
We had no
없었어.
support, no money.
한계의 어려움을
We had to
버티는
survive on
것도
our own,
없었지.
relying on each other.
그런 건
It's abuse. Hyuk stared at Do-yoon for a moment, or somewhere beyond Do-yoon.
처지가 같은 우리.
Mother and I were in the
서로
same shoes, so we
의지하면서
relied on each other.
어쩌면
Although I'm
하나님은
pretty sure that she
선생님께서
wanted,
돌아가주시길 바랬을지
what she wanted was my father's care.
몸까지 아프셨으니
She was physically sick, so it must have been really hard and lonely for her.
아프셨다니
What was she sick with?
일형 당뇨였어.
Type 1 diabetes. Oh,
평생 인슐린 주사를 달고 사셨지.
it's too close to home. She had to have insulin injections all her life. Yuhyuk paused for a moment.
날 가지면서 악화되는
Even
바람에
developed a complication during her
합병증까지
pregnancy.
돌아가셨을 땐
I wasn't myself for a long time after she died. Yuhyuk looked disturbed.
선생님
My father finally accepted me only after her
다
death,
늦어버린 다음이었는데
when it was all too late.
거리를 느낄 수밖에 없었나.
Must have felt emotionally detached from your father then.
선생님의 신비주의
I didn't know the
그런
mysterious
일이 있을 줄은.
Young Hee Lee had this kind of family history behind him.
돈이야.
It's the power of money.
그거면
It can make anything
어떤-
happen.
어떤 루머도
Or like it
진실이지.
never happened.
이젠 옛날 얘기야.
It's all a thing of the past.
모두 돌아가셨고
Both of my parents passed away, but people just see me as
수저일 뿐이지.
the only child of a rich family.
뭐라고 해야 할지.
I don't know what to say.
고통스럽던 기억.
The difficult times have already turned into memories.
나는 그저
Sometimes I miss those days.
잊기만 해.
Well, I think that was his last report scene. Maybe? Maybe there's more actually. I'm not sure. Okay, the top 10 assumption. We take into account those eliminated from the top 10.
그랬지.
Most of them were on bad terms with Hisung. One person had the most trouble with Hisung. Yuhyuk hesitated, pondering on what to say. It was Hyoju.
Huh.
Oh, she and Hisung hated each other. S. Sungyeon also mentioned Hyoju in the post. One of the top 10 who had a conflict with Hyesung and got eliminated from the audition could be S. Sungyeon. Is it reasonable to say S. Sungyeon did it? Could be.
혹시
She could be S. Sungyeon. Finalists received the watch. She must have known the account and password.
우리야.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions yet. Let's not go. That's not going to change anything anyway. Yes, you're right.
그럴 거야.
Just saying the name comes to mind if I think about it. Yuhyuk crossed his arms and checked sleeves. He was also eliminated in the first round of the finals. Let's keep her in mind and move on. Okay. Jesus, we haven't even started talking to Inha or Sayil yet. Alright, Inha, give us the info.
그렇다면
Grudge. To Hyseung and you in particular? If that's the case, one thing does come to mind, although it might not be true.
괜찮아.
Hurry up and tell me. The stalker! They were also harsh on Hyesung and you! Ina continued while fiddling with her ears.
그게
Everyone knew that I was on bad terms with Hyesung. Even Beastars openly showed it. They wrote comments about how they want to kill him.
나는
Why me?
Huh?
What do you mean, why? Because Beastars wanted it to seem as though there were romantic chemistry between us. Because we look good together.
그거 있잖아.
Because I'm kind of photogenic. I look good on screen. Ah, she didn't like that! Excuse me!
야
I'm the only one who's truly photogenic. You were in it as a sidekick. Okay, if you say so. Inha continued while shaking her head. My question is the stalker related to me? If that's the case,
아니야.
isn't it just the stalker's unrequited love? That's true, but I'll keep what you've said in mind. Oh, that was Do-yoon. Whoops. Right, we should go into details then. So is that our first time hearing that the stalker wanted to kill Hyesung? I didn't know about that. I heard something in the past. I asked some of the old staff members about the stalker issues to see if anything similar had happened in previous seasons. And it did.
아마도
I guess there were.
맞아.
Bingo! They had a stalker in every season. One of them even showed up at a closed set filming. Ina continued while holding onto her shoulders. He even came to the filming location for an audition mission.
대체
Was the production schedule leaked? How was that possible?
내 말이
Exactly! The stalkers gather whatever information they can get their hands on. Believe it or not, he even showed up at the contestants' private dinner. Well then, don't they know who the stalker is? He was finally arrested there.
그러면
He was arrested? Did it end there? Ina raised her face. She looked bitter.
아니야.
Just let him go with a warning. That whole ordeal kind of petered out after the contestant was eliminated from the audition. Scary. Anyhow, stalkers are not stupid at gathering information. So yeah, what are you gonna say about this photo, Inha? Did you see it too? It somehow found its way to me. That worked pretty nicely. What do you think? The name and the vibe, it's different from yours. Well, okay. It's over then? What's she talking about?
그렇지?
Yes, it is, right?
잠깐.
Are you questioning me? Is that what it sounds like? I'm confused. Ina dropped her eyes for a moment. The post of my school alumni and another photo. Ina raised her head after a brief moment.
그거는
Think whatever you want. Want me to judge? I just don't want to say anything.
그럼
I'll stop then. Pulling back now after all those questions? Don't like people digging up dirt behind your back. I wasn't curious, but worried about you.
됐어.
It's none of your business. Worry about me when everything's revealed later. Sure, just stop talking.
그러면
I have no idea what that conversation just was. Like, I'll be completely honest, that made no sense. Staff? I guess not all, but some of them could know about it. Wait, I think I'm getting somewhere here. Ina frowned and sunk her head. Then suddenly, she raised her head.
I once forgot my password.
그럴지도.
You could forget the password, it could happen.
아니, 잠깐.
Hey, I'm talking about what happened in the past, not now. The past? When? Shortly after I received my watch. Frankly, the password didn't concern me since it was given to us, right? Maybe because of that, I had a hard time remembering it.
어쨌든
Oh my. I'm your duck facing. Good luck! Oh no, not my team doing this. So I was lost in thought with the watch on my wrist, but then a staff member came and gave it to me. Okay, man. Told you the password?
야,
Don't cut in, but yes.
혹시
A Fader account manager? Did the person look familiar?
아니었어.
No, not at all. So you get it now. Some staff members do know about the watch policy. It felt odd at the time, but it feels worse now. Okay. Say eel, say eel, say eel. You've got some talking to do, buddy. Time for him to get offended and lash out at us.
그거야.
Grudge? His son had so many haters.
글쎄.
But haters and people holding a grudge are not the same.
그렇다고 볼 수 있죠.
Not so much these days. People are so impatient that these days that they can do anything once they're pissed off. Seal spoke again after a brief pause.
근데 그게
Speaking of haters, you were also gaining quite a fair share of haters recently. I know, come to think of it, as Sungyun specifically mentioned Hyesung and me.
저 그런데요.
In that case, how about your band members? As a suspect, you mean? Yoon held his breath for a second.
아니야.
No, Masquerade is very special to me.
그거야.
I'm not talking about what you think. You never know what your other members think about you. The record deal has been cancelled and the team was breaking down from inside. Yoon didn't want to spoil anything, but he had to oppose the deal. Because he wanted to keep everyone together and protect the band. He remembered the time that they had spent together and the euphoric moments of
말하자면
their live concerts. No matter what you think about them, they might think differently. It's true. When he said he wanted to protect the band, members opposing his decision were just sneering at him. Yoon shook his head. But I'm not S. Sungyun's only target. Any of my band members as a suspect? That would be absurd.
알겠어요.
I was just suggesting not to leave out any possibility.
혹시
What about the staff? As Sungyun impersonated Sungyun. Anyone on your mind? Whoa, that really widens the suspect pool. It's likely that Hyesung earned the grudge of the staff from shows other than B-Stars as well. Might get lost if we consider them all. Okay.
그럴지도.
They didn't manage password security. They unilaterally set up all our watches with the same password to make it easy to manage them.
그래도
But at least not every staff member knows the password, right?
그렇죠.
Right, only the relevant staff knows it, I guess. The staff are all too busy to mind others' business. So you can't really nail down the suspect among the staff. Sale scratched his lips with his finger.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Tend to answer not clearly in defense of ourselves. If anything bad happens, the staff are the first ones who Fader users will nag at. Yes, I know that. It always has been like that. If we widen our perspective a bit more, hacking is another possible explanation. Our accounts have always been vulnerable to hacking due to the poor security level. Maybe our accounts are already hacked by someone out there.
그게요.
We limit the scope of people who hold personal information on contestants.
그거 있잖아.
That narrows down the scope, does it?
그게요.
I could be wrong, but the only B-Star staff should be considered. Not even all of them.
그리고
There are agencies we outsourced the background checks to. That's about it.
사실은
Nope, there's another group that we shouldn't miss. Teo pointed his finger to absent-minded Do-yoon.
네.
The audition contestants. As the saying goes, the beacon does not shine on its own base. Okay. Whatever, Sail.
네?
You want to hear some more?
그랬어.
We've been meeting Sunyeon as contestants. I wonder how the staff thought about her, and that's why I'm asking. Dale changed his posture after a brief hesitation.
한마디로
Yeah, I was gonna say, Storm. I don't think I've ever heard this saying. First of all, we are sharing a common opinion about our relationship with her. We all agree that we're at Sungyun's disposal. We call ourselves disposable tools because she uses us once and then throws us away.
그런
I didn't know she was that bad. That's because she never treated you, her products for sale, in a bad manner.
인정해요.
Yeah, I'd believe that, oh no. Of course they are treated differently from us.
저기
How did you respond, Seil? I'm asking you directly, my friend.
네?
Me? Yeah, if she treated you like that, I wonder what it would have been like.
어쩔 수 없죠.
Of course she treated me like that. I was angry, but I had to bear with her. It's true that I'm not a skilled veteran in this field. Seil shrugged his shoulders.
내
That's what you think.
생각은
But you did so many things throughout the show. You don't deserve to be treated like a tool.
동윤이 형,
Thank you for saying that. I would have felt much better at workplace if she had been just like you.
그거야.
I'd be thankful if that's how you feel. Some people think they're of a higher class. Told us to properly serve the contestants. Could say such a thing. That's what his son used to say. The staff weren't happy with Hyesung either. He ignored and looked down on us as if he were better than us. Jesus, we're only at 6. The agencies you outsource the background checks to,
그게
what were they like? I'm not sure how to answer that.
한마디로
As far as I know, the work was divided among a number of subcontractors.
그러면
So did you guys hire multiple subcontractors? Yes, because in the beginning, there are so many contestants, although the number rapidly decreased over time. Seo hesitated and lowered his head.
근데 그게
But all the contracts have been terminated. All of them?
그렇죠.
Right. Seo glanced at Do-yoon to check his complexion. Anyway, I'm sure they
couldn't have easily leaked the information. Told you before, there was an indemnity clause in the contract. The remark that the background check... Oh, can't disclose anything. Even if the show was ruined like this, unlikely to be... Yeah, what if they're disgruntled? Because didn't they say they didn't pay them or something? Even if the show was ruined like this? If they didn't pay them properly and terminated the contract as you've described, they could have complained.
아닌데요.
E-Star's collapse, not the production of the company. Who do you think the organizer of the contract is?
아니죠.
A staff member? Sungyeon? No. It was terminated at the company level. Background checking is their job. If they turn their backs against us now, they won't be able to survive our wrath. Is that so? I wasn't thinking that
그런
far.
판이죠.
Considering the current situation, I'm sure the company would be more keen on risk management. Are you saying S. Sungyeon was working alone? Even if they're working for the agency, I'm sure they did it on a personal level. The agency will never come forward to admit it. Okay. Guess there's more topics over here now.
분명해.
Of course it's a crime to stalk someone. Time has passed, but these people never change.
혹시
Were there many when you were in the group?
물론이야.
It was bad. I saw some horrible cases. Speaking of which, something comes to mind. Yeah, let's hear it.
그래요?
What is it? I think it would be helpful to know. It might have something to do with this case.
나도야.
I agree with you. I'll just tell you how they try to access the information. How do you know? The hell?
들어봐.
They intentionally approach the manager or agency staff, making an approach completely disguised as coincidence. Some of them use their connections to dig up personal stories or find out about schedules,
그게
or they would even bribe agency staff. It's hard to say no once the relationship is established and money has exchanged hands. It's an awful lot of effort to stalk someone. Surprising, huh? This kind of thing actually happened a lot. Okay, interesting. We got you. Why would they associate his son with you? Frankly, I believe it's the power of editing that did it. Yuhuk averted his gaze and slurred his last words.
괜찮아.
I'm alright. I'm trying to talk about something else. In your opinion, when did I suddenly start getting haters? You want me to tell you? I have some ideas, of course, but people around me might have different ideas. I know what you're trying to say, but... Sorry for making you feel uncomfortable, BP.
저기
그래.
Please don't make me say that. Yuhuk patted Doyoon on the shoulder.
솔직히
You go deeper, no one's free from haters.
나는
As for me, the old fans had a change of heart when I made it to the finals. Doyoon unknowingly bit his lip. The fans who were always there for him since the very beginning, they knew the journey and hardships the band had gone through. Their criticism was especially painful. There were new people.
and half at most now. Since the story started to spread, people have been criticizing me as well. I want you to look on the brighter side. I'm saying this now because of S. Sungyeon.
그렇다면
What about Hyesung?
아무래도
I think it's about the scandal. Expectations were great, and so was the anger from betrayal.
그래.
Yeah. I think we should stop talking about this for now. Why? Why'd he get so uncomfortable? Scope of information.
그럴지도.
What I hear? There were also various rumors among the contestants.
아무래도
I should think so, since different people were put in one place. Yuk frowned as if he was trying to think of something. Most of them were groundless rumors. Only a few of them sounded plausible. Nothing more than a rumor, no matter how likely it sounds. Now, I think he's gonna get mad if I ask that.
그런 것
No
같아.
matter how plausible, it is still a rumor. After all, they're all rumors unless validated as facts, right?
그러니까
I agree. We know more about that than anyone.
맞아.
Contestants didn't know the details either. The two of them nodded to each other.
도윤아,
But we aced that one. I'm not trying to point out whether the rumor is substantial. That is, S. Sungyeon said. What S. Sungyeon said is identical to the rumor among the contestants. You should consider this too. Okay, so all the information that got leaked was also rumors within their contestant group.
내 참.
Someone might have hacked into it several times already. Alright, have a good night, Storm. There was also a strange accident while using Fader.
어?
Strange accident?
그게
For instance, I received a login failure message when I wasn't even using Fader. And I found new Fader friends whom I'd never added. Gave me chills. Something's off for sure with that. What?
맞아.
Yeah, something is clearly off, Inha. And amongst all things, how do you explain the login failure?
그렇잖아?
Right? I thought I made a mistake at first. Thank God our fader can only be accessed from each watch.
하여튼
I even asked a staff member to change the password for me, but they refused it by mentioning the policy.
그럼
What you said is true. The stalker should be included in our suspect list. I'm pretty sure of it. If not, why would that happen to me? Ooh, can we bring it up to Seil? Maybe.
이야.
Isn't that a lot? I guess not everyone was aware of the identical information. I think there must be some kind of qualitative difference. Ina grabbed Do-yoon's arm while continuing her remarks.
잠깐만.
Hey, wait! I suddenly remembered what one of the scriptwriters told me before. She said they share our info when they are writing scripts for the audition. I heard she gave it to the writer, director, and video editors.
그거야.
I guess they really had no choice if they were to produce the show. Oh.
뭔데?
What are you, their manager? You're off the point.
진짜.
You need to point out the problem. Our information could have been shared among more company employees than necessary. Ina firmly closed her mouth and frowned. I'm seeing stories that I haven't mentioned. We're here to join the audition, not to sell our private information. If they're going to pry into our private lives, they should at least handle that information carefully. Shouldn't be discussing this right now. Seil.
그거야.
It is a fishy thought. If bribery was offered, it would have been easy to find help,
아무래도요.
and it's difficult to trace the personal deals. It's nice that the second half of this run has been completely different from our Axe ending. Yeah, and if you think about it, Rosen, Zero Escape lets you get any ending in any order, right? We happened upon a really information-heavy ending. This game kind of forces you to go in a way, which I think is good for, like, the overall narrative of the game.
The god of chaos is enraged!
It's difficult to trace some personal deals. Yun suddenly raised his head while rubbing his chin.
혹시
Are you saying the staff sold the info?
만에 하나.
Just assuming it's possible. Problem is that there's no hard evidence.
왜요?
You're awfully curious about the staff's work.
그건
I just need concrete info. Who were the Fader managers? Seil glanced at Do-Yun with cold eyes.
설마.
Are you suspicious of staff again?
저기
We need to narrow down the pool of suspects.
그치만
You sound like you're interrogating me. I can't remember every one of their names. Sorry, just know if I can remember any.
네,
Yeah, I will.
인정해요.
Sorry for overreacting.
그치만요.
Stop pouncing on the staff every time something bad happens. It doesn't feel good. I know you didn't mean it, but I just snapped.
Do you understand?
I mean, yeah, it feels like we're interrogating you because we are highly suspicious of you. I have so many saves, oh my god. Alright, let's move on.
Do you understand?
Okay, lots of rapport up with you. We'll take it. It does seem like we don't need to, worry about our sanity too much.
이 얘기를 정리해봐야겠어.
I need to sort out the stories. At that moment, his watch flashed. Oh, here we go. Been a while.
나타나셨군.
There you are. I had a hard time wrestling with S. Sunyan. S. Sunyan missed their timing to back off as we planned. Narrowed down the candidates. I've determined 3 premises. This S. Sunyan person must be someone who has a motive to make a scene, knows your background, and knows your password in order to download the photo from Hisung's cloud server.
conversation they just had made him feel dizzy. So Yoon began to organize the issues one by one. Okay. Which suspect's pool satisfies all these conditions? Motive to kill, information on contestants, and the password. So it'd have to be the staff, right? Staff has to be one of them. The stalker, we could probably safely put in the category as well. I wonder how they want me to insert this. Is it staff grudge or staff sharing? Or perhaps I just put all three staff. So that would be staff policy. Staff grudge would be the reason to kill. And staff sharing would be the information on the contestants. So it's just the three of those, I'm guessing? Give me 1 second also. Before I input these, I'm just gonna calculate away. Kevin, I don't care what it is. I could dip just about anything.
It's the Gochu.
You're scared for me? These are always impossible. We're back, by the way. No, I think I got it. So, it's asking me to just present the word staff 3 times. But it could also be stalker. I guess both lead to Seil, right? Oh, I'm actually very tempted to put stalker instead. Let's do it. Stalker grudge. Stalker hacker. And stalker method. A stalker may try all sorts of things to get closer to their target, even bribing someone close to them. A stalker could have accessed the information somehow. Ina said that she had once received a message saying that they had someone... Oh, saying that someone had attempted to log into her Fader account. Someone from the outside could already have access to password. Stalker was extremely hostile toward me for getting tangled up with Inha during the show. Stalker was also hostile toward Hyesung for being on bad terms with Inha. I guess this is enough to hold a grudge. Okay, I got it now. One of S. Sungyun's possible identities is a stalker who hates everyone except their beloved Inha-oh. There were still others who had the potential to be S. Sungyun. Okay, so this is where we will put in the staff. Staff grudge, staff sharing, and staff policy. The staff were unhappy with Hyesung because of his rude manner. They must have been unhappy with the show because Sungyeon treated them like tools. That might be the reason for holding a grudge. The info on audition contestants was shared internally among the staff. I don't know to what extent they shared the data, but it could be the source of S. Sungyeon's information. After all, the account and password used by the contestants were issued by the show. A staff member would have been aware of the password or account policy. Okay, I got it now. One of S. Sungyeon's possible identities is a staff member who holds a grudge against the show and its contestants. So the other would be the contestants, right? Yeoju might also hold a grudge against Hyesung. He argued throughout the preliminaries, and she was eliminated in the first episode of the finals. That was also mentioned in S. Sungyeon's post. S. Sungyeon mentioned the rumors that circulated among the contestants. S. Sungyeon could have collected info on the rumors. All finalists received a watch. They had been allowed to use it for personal use since the second round. I'm sure they were informed about the account password policy from that moment. Okay, I got it now. One of S. Sungyeon's possible identities is Yeoju, a contestant who was not on good terms with Hyesung and was eliminated first because eliminated during the first episode of the finals. For now, Do-yoon had sorted out 3 possible suspects. Hello there, I have come in from the future, 500 million years from now. While I was waiting for your answer, the world has been devastated by environmental disasters. I was thinking about environmental disasters? About S. Sungyeon. Ready then? Then tell me what you think. The stalker who was obsessed with everything Inha did. They must have somehow managed to access our personal info and get our password. Buggle's response was somewhat loose. Seems plausible, but it has some flaws. First flaw is the password. If the stalker stole your password, pandemonium would have broken out there. If S. Sungyeon had been collecting data, they could have responded promptly to our request. Talking about the photo and the metadata? Of course. Remains to be seen, but I think that S. Sungyeon is not that meticulous, despite having a lot of nerve. S. Sungyeon brought out the photo while trying to defend their position. Another point is the style. S. Sungyeon is nothing more than an attention seeker. They want to make fun of you while your hands are tied in there. Ask Inha later if her stalker has that kind of characteristic. Think this troll is nothing more than a small fry. S. Sungyeon even dissed their own diva, Inha. Could be a disguise to hide their true intention. S. Sungyeon must be praying for Inha's survival. Hoping to take control again, I guess. It may sound ridiculous, but S. Sungyeon could be one of the victims. So, I think so. Nice try, but the logic isn't solid. I'll give you a 70 out of 100 for that. Go back to square one. S. Sungyeon's username contains part of her name. S. Sungyeon, producer Sungyeon Shin. Name of the producer. 7 out of 10 if you will, yeah. Not that. Right, just look at the username. S. Sungyeon still stands tall even after her death was announced. Come to think of it, a member of the program could still be a suspect. One more thing. I hear that your watches are not on the market yet. A camera was built into Hyesung's watch. Didn't even know about the cloud backup thing. Do the viewers have known about that? No. And there are the motive information and password. Seems way more probable, sir. Wow, I'm telling you the answer. I'll give myself an 100 out of 100 and let's call it a day. Oh, wait. Hold on. Not done yet. Talk to the others based on the premise that Sung Yun is one of the staff members. Ah, so they want us to say staff and not the stalker. There must be information that only you guys can access. After collecting enough clues, let's knock out that worm with a critical blow. Then all the anxiety will subside and you will be safe. I hope so. Remember, safety is the most important thing. Take care. Oh, that's what we said to Hyesung. Oh yeah, hella, Rosen. It even looks like her glasses. Now go talk to your friends. Get back to me later. I hope our channel stays online until then. That was the last of the messages. It was difficult to read his mind from the casual tone. Is he really trying to look after my safety? But it was true that S. Sungyun's comments and existence were agitating people. If he was going to ward off this troll, Doyun had no choice but to trust Plughole. Doyun said S. Sungyun could be one of the staff members.
사진 유출이나 쇼에 대해 떠드는 건
That would
얼추
explain the
설명돼.
photo leak and the reason why S. Sungyun is blabbering on about the show, but
스텝이 한둘도 아니고
do you even realize how many staff members there are? And most of them have probably been taken to the hospital by
지금
now.
얘기만 가지고
There's
뭘
nothing we
시도해
can
볼
do
수나 있어?
with what you told us so far.
우리끼리 이러쿵저러쿵
We can
해도
talk all we want, but it won't get us anywhere.
잘못하면
It might even lead to a new threat. What if we just reveal what we've discovered so far to the public?
역추적 중이라고
We
광고하면
can't
안
advertise
되지.
that we are tracking this troll! If only one of the staff members was right here with us, with a mysterious messenger bag,
서해성처럼
and
되려고
hated
하면
Hyesung. We might end up like Hyesung if we come forward.
그런데 왜 또 스텝이에요?
Staff members again. You guys just can't drop that idea, can you?
스텝이 무슨
What are we,
동맹이에요?
your punching bag? The usual suspects? Here's the thing, Seil. You can get pissy about... Because you're a staff member, right? We could be saying it's you. But you don't know every other staff member. What if it is one of the other staff members? Then what? You're just gonna speak for all of them right now. Because you are a stalker and you killed my waifu. And I hate you. So, we are gonna catch you, and that is that.
바깥은 신경 끄고
I say we
얌전히
ignore what
구조나
people out there
기다리자고요.
say and just wait for the rescue team to arrive.
손 놓고
Just sit around and do nothing while S. Sunyoung is beating us up? Who knows what they'll come up with next? And once it's too late, we won't even be able to take countermeasures. I just want them gone. Ina put her arms around her shoulders and trembled.
이나 씨,
Ina. Yu-young held Ina's hand.
뭐든 해보는 거
It won't
나쁘지
hurt you
않다고
to
생각해.
try. It won't hurt to try anything we
그냥
can.
관종인지
I'm still not sure
해성을
if
해친
they're
범인인지도
just
아직
someone
모르고.
seeking attention or if they murdered his son.
S 승현! 다음 차례가 한도윤이라고 했다고!
S. Sunyoung said Do-Yoon was next.
범인인지 아닌지도 모른 채로 우리
Yeah,
떨면서
we'll just have to wait
기다렸지.
in fear without even knowing if they're truly Hyesung's attacker or not.
그냥
Just hope nothing bad
아니,
happens.
그런 꼴은 안 맞아.
That doesn't sound right.
누나,
Yu-young.
정체 까보면
When we
범인인지
reveal their
아닌지 알
identity,
수
we'll be
있겠지.
able to know if they're the attacker or not.
맞다면 잡는 데 도움을 주는 거고.
They are, we'll help
아니라도
the police catch a
뒷담화를
criminal.
할 수 있어.
If not, we can at least make them shut their mouth until we get rescued. Finally, Yu-hyuk and Seil nodded too.
뭐 알겠어요.
Well, okay, but how are we going to?
스텝이란 범위가
problem is
너무
that there are
넓은
a
게
lot of
문제야.
staff members.
어디서부터 들어가야
Where do
할지.
we even begin? Someone seemed to agree, but it didn't progress any further. Oh, everyone seemed to agree. Okay, here we go again with Plughole. Oh, stop talking to me for a second, guys. I gotta just check Fader for like 20 minutes. 1 billion years has passed while I was waiting for you. Talk to people about that. But the total number of staff members is quite large. Actually, we can significantly narrow it down.
rule out all the staff members working at the site. S. Sungyeon showed up around 12:20 a.m. That's about 1 hour after the accident. Couldn't identify the missing, and the list of staff names didn't match. Rescued people must have gone to the hospital, gone through an ID check, or talked with the rescue team or policemen. It was not a peaceful time for making a fuss on Vader. Then, this staff member, S. Sungyeon, was not on site. Broadcasting station staff, contractors, or part-timer, on and on and on. Oh, you know what? You know what? This is how they're gonna catch Seil. Seil is... his name isn't gonna show up on the staff list. We said this a long time ago. Someone who's got a lot to lose wouldn't do such a thing. You're more familiar with the process within the broadcasting station. While I'm at it, I'll give you another hint. Think about the personality of S. Sungyeon. Do you think S. Sungyeon is impulsive or well-organized? Bayun raised his head to ask a question. Do you think S. Sungyeon is impulsive, or do they have this planned out? I can't be sure, but I think they're impulsive. I agree.
계획적인 것 같아. 혜성이 사건까지
Considering what happened to Hyesung, I think they carefully planned this.
서혜성 글 쓴 거 보고
Didn't they
튀어나온
appear
것 같기도
after
하고.
reading Hyesung's post?
계획 아니야? 사진 퍼올리고
Of course they
예고까지
planned
하는데.
it. They uploaded the photo and announced the murder in advance. Fuck. Oh, I don't know. I'm going with meticulous. I think S. Sungyeon is quite well organized. Sad. Well organized to what degree? Wow. If the destruction of the stage was planned, this person is basically a terrorist. But look at things. S. Sungyeon must be a loser at home, using this tragedy only to fulfill their twisted ego. The group seemed to believe that S. Sungyeon was rather impulsive. What?
처음엔 엄청 놀랐는데
It
지금
was...
보면
I was really
놀랐다고는
surprised to
가져야.
see their stage photo, but now that I think about it, they did it only because they were cornered.
나름 순발력 있네. 개 놀랐는데.
Can't deny S. Sungyeon is quick-witted,
충동적인 만큼 치밀하진
but
못했던 건가?
they were not as meticulous as they were impulsive.
충동적인 거면
You
뭐가
just said the
달라지는데?
other thing, you Hyug. I was siding with you, and this... Let's say they acted on impulse. What difference does it make, though? If S. Sungyeon is an impulsive person, our provocative strategy will work well on him. We got 2 leads so far. First, by putting consistent pressure on S. Sungyeon, they made a mistake of not erasing the time on metadata part. From that mistake, we could infer that the photo was stolen from a watch in your place. The other one is our main challenge. There must be extra clues in S. Sungyeon's many unplanned posts. Let's figure this out. Why did you do that on Fader? Didn't add you. Come on, you shared with me the account and the password. You can use multiple accounts on PC. It's not important at the moment. Assume that S. Sungyeon is someone you already know. That in mind, read their posts again to find out anything suspicious. Review their earlier ones. They must have given out more clues. Okay. I'm Sungyeon Shin, the chief producer of B-Stars. Rest assured. Top 5 contestants are showing no remorse and talk mindlessly without knowing that they are trapped in there for punishment. They left me to die. They will pretend as if nothing bad happened after they are rescued and continue to deceive their fans.
Forget the impersonation of the producer. Just assume that these posts were written by somebody you know well. What comes to your mind? They left me to die. His false accusation that we left the producer to die is a bit off. Interesting. You're more concerned with getting no blame yourself. Really? Anyway, let's remove the impersonated name. The sentence saying that you should be held responsible for leaving Sungyeon to die, omit the Sungyeon part. It's impossible for S. Sungyeon to know if she was left out to die or not. Yeah. That statement, we can safely infer that S. Sungyeon is projecting their own experience into this matter. S. Sungyeon made their first appearance at around 12:20 a.m. Sungyeon's death was made public after that. To whom did you report her death? The rescue team? B-Stars were the first to be contacted. Interesting. That means B-Stars is first. The official account manager of B-Stars posted the news nearly at the same time. Okay, we are on the right track. Sungyeon stayed anonymous for fear of legal accusation or refutation. S. Sungyeon was afraid of being bashed by the public when their identity was revealed. That's why that dumb S. Sungyeon decided to use a fake name. Name that would give themselves some authority. That was Sungyeon Shin's name. You know what I'm saying? Now it's your turn to help me. Don't make me do the whole thing. Sorry, I am like bombing these. Soon came the S. Sungyeon post that Plughole shared. Okay. I was impressed by how you overcame the scandal between you and Hyoju using her weak spot. I did. His son, you must have been eliminated earlier. I worked really hard to put you and Ina in one team to help you pass the team mission. That's a weird automatic post that she has set up. Slandered Yu Hyuk by mentioning his scholarship, right? It's been a while. Missed me, didn't you? Miss you, yeah, right. Not so much. It's okay to be honest with me, dude. It's just a forced lower sanity, okay. Anyway, let's continue our investigation. We will discuss and get to the conclusion, alright? He decided to calmly mention some things that disturbed him. Let me try, we're running out of time. Tell Plughole about the clues S. Sun-Yun left on Fader. It was found that most of their stories were concentrated in the time period between missions and the episode 1 from the final. S. Sun-Yun disclosed some past stories of Beastars, like Team Mission of Hyesung and Ika, Hyesung's school violence, and an affair between Hyesung and a dancer. I've checked the fact about the scandal, and I found out that he was simply framed by others. The scandal happened between the 6th to 9th episodes. S. Sun-Yun didn't mention anything before or after those episodes. They could be one of the staff members who worked during that period, or just wanted to harass Hyesung online. Okay. What else are we, Regarding S. Sun-Yun's blame on Gyu-hyuk for his rich family background, S. Sun-Yun's just going along with public opinion, I think. But nonetheless, they couldn't fully hide their jealousy. Mr. Gyu-hyuk Lee, I mean, wow, it feels quite natural to attach the prefix Mr. to this rich guy. Public image of Gyu-hyuk is enough to arouse jealousy from many. His talent, personality, family background, etc. I'm getting jealous too. Come on, don't pretend like you aren't. Anyway, S. Sun-Yun seems to know about the hidden story of Gyu-hyuk's scholarship from S. Sun-Yun's sarcastic tone on the criticism of the scholarship. In the sense that they are a university student of a similar age as Gyu-hyuk. Or maybe that was the only thing that they could use to get on Gyu-hyuk's nerve. S. Sun-Yun's using Fader to urge Gyu-hyuk to confess his sin. Undo your wrongdoing with your death. Sounds pretty corny, huh? But what if Gyu-hyuk really confesses? Then what will happen? Right? If the public bites the bait, people will bash Gyu-hyuk like they did to Hyesung. But what if he doesn't confess? S. Sunyeon threatened to kill the one in last place, but killing you guys is impossible if they are typing keyboard at home. I think S. Sunyeon has been just trying to humiliate, denounce, and harass you at best. See what S. Sunyeon did to Hyesung, who reacted the most to them. Okay. At first, S. Sunyeon must have impersonated Sunyeon to cover their identity. S. Sunyeon seems so much indulged into their role by the time they were performing. Oh, by the time they were pointing at you as the next target after dealing with Hyesung. S. Sunyeon must be enjoying the situation where they are leading the public opinion on Fader. And while entertaining themselves in the cyber world, they are missing the timing of when to quit. That means we'll get the chance to grab the little worm. Oh yeah, that's awesome, Dots. Okay, do we have to present all of these? S. Sunyeon already knew the producer's death before the news was out. The official Beastars account that announced her death almost at the same time. It must have been kept secret. You see what I'm trying to do here? Hope you do. Or you don't. I do know. Fantastic. The official account already knew about her death, but waited for the announcement timing of the public news. There must be a chat room or social network dedicated to Beastars staff. They must have heard about her death and been warned not to disclose it to the public broadcast. Or before the public broadcast. Except any staff members who weren't in the chat. The current staff members must have known about it. So, what if S. Sunyeon is just all of the staff? When this troll is not dead themselves, they still sound quite resentful. A dead person wouldn't use Fader anyway. From that, I can assume that S. Sunyeon was projecting their own resentment under Sunyeon's name. That S. Sunyeon has... What S. Sunyeon has said so far wasn't really about Sunyeon. I know, that would be insane. Absolutely insane. No, it like, Sail at this point has to be working with at least one other person. Probably Inha, but, like, who's really to say for sure? Left her to die should be rephrased to left me to die. Now recollect it? Now recollect if a former staff member caused any issue in the past. Okay, yeah, the one that they fired because of the profile thing, right? Okay. Come to think of it, the tone S. Sunyeon uses to criticize Inha and Hyesung is somewhat different from others. S. Sunyeon blames him to be an attention seeker lacking skills and stuff. S. Sunyeon is probably jealous of him, trying to hide the sense of inferiority. You know those people. Now it's time to profile this person. I believe this person is older than Hyesung and Inha. That's why S. Sunyeon blows off so much steam against them. May be as old as Yu Hyuk and Ju Young. S. Sunyeon is doing their best not to get caught by changing IP and so on. I think S. Sunyeon failed to make a professional debut or something like that. Another possibility is this one. I heard both Hyesung and Inha didn't make it to the university, so little is known about Inha, but her education background was revealed somehow. Then S. Sunyeon must be feeling superior to them in terms of educational background. When S. Sunyeon mentions Ju Young or you, S. Sungyeon is most likely to call you by your well-known titles, the Runaway and the Betrayer. Do Yoon Han, the Betrayer. Sounds dope, huh? I don't think so. Anyway, the reason S. Sungyeon uses those titles is not only because of the show's controversial nature, but also because of their personal emotion. Maybe they thought you guys would empathize with them. Since your indie band and Jooyoung had already been in the industry for a while, S. Sungyeon could have been your fan, who knows? You know about reciprocity? To reciprocate something? As much as S. Sungyeon cared about their celeb, they expected the celeb to show them an equivalent amount of interest. Sometimes people feel betrayed when their celeb doesn't recognize them, right? That's it for now. I'll be boxing with S. Sungyeon again. Making S. Sungyeon reveal more and more while exchanging punches. Hope S. Sungyeon gives out a critical clue. How are you gonna provoke S. Sungyeon? I can hit their weak spots, such as their own ego or complex. If I keep bringing up every past issue that has been caused by the staff members, S. Sungyeon might react strongly to one of them. You know what that means. Which one do you think will be more effective? Oh, definitely the accident. I'll leave that to you. Now go talk to your friends like a great detective. In the meantime, I'll be boxing with S. Sungyeon. Go.
Oh.
Huh?
너 2대
Don't
페이터스가
tell me you
되려는
want to
건
be the next Fader star.
Sungyeon 때문에
I know you're nervous because of S. Sungyeon, but Doyoon, why don't you save your battery? You might run out.
혹시 힌트가 될 만한 걸
Did you
찾았어?
find any clues? Yes.
지금부터 S
I'm going to
승연을
track
추적해볼
S. Sungyeon
생각이야.
starting now.
그걸 위해서 얘기 좀 해봐요, 우리.
For that, we need to talk. Oh my. Oh. I think we might have to call it there, guys. I don't know if I can do 9 more keywords right now. That was a solid 5 hours of this game, though, so I think it's it's time to give my voice its due rest. So let's go ahead and make a save. Oh, I am absolutely enjoying the game. This is probably one of my favorite visual novels I've ever played, and I'm not even through with it yet, so my opinion's probably only going to go up, hopefully. But yeah, no, it's just reading all this stuff aloud actually does drain my vocal cords by quite a bit, so I think I'll cut myself off there. We'll play another session on Thursday. But for tonight, I think I'm just gonna relax. It's been a great and fairly long stream, so I'm forward to the relaxation. But anyways, guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. E7 and I think Tales of Arise. So, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.